nitrogen?
Girder. Girder.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they find a likely foe, they race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song slaps.
His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. Wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the sound say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see all of you here tonight. Happy Thursday Birds Day, and I hope you're ready for a fun stream. We've got not one, not three, but two new dinosaurs to talk about today. Two dinosaurs just published, our first and second new dinosaur genera and species 2025. I'm excited to talk about them, and I hope you're excited too. Who is this? Crystal Alpaca?
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good advice.
And nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Not good advice.
Give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Crystal Alpaca, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me here online for 27 months. Holy cow. I'm guessing there's at least one new person watching, whether they're watching live or watching later on in the VOD on Twitch or on YouTube. Allow me to introduce myself real quick for any new viewers. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. This is my means of bringing science to the people. An interactive broadcast that we do 4 days a week. 7 days a week, oftentimes, if I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live. This is my way of showing you, rather than just telling you, how we do fossil science. Bringing paleontology to the people. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils, like all paleontologists do. But I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. We're going to be doing a lot more of that digging up of dinosaurs this summer, potentially as soon as March. I know that's not the summer, but I just got a call from Papa Jim today, and yeah, we might have some excavation happening in southern Utah in June. Well, not in June, excuse me, in southern Utah in March. And if that's the case, we'll be streaming that too. When I'm not in the field, I'm streaming here from my office in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where I was born and raised and where I moved back to after I went to school in Montana. We don't have a lot of dinosaurs here, but there's Ice Age fossils. We might be digging some of those up in a short while as well. But yeah, when I'm not in the field, I'm here. This is where we do our streams for about half the year, maybe a little bit more. Going over new scientific papers like we're doing today, 2 brand new dinosaurs. Answering questions from you, the viewers. Interviewing other paleontologists remotely like we'll be doing tomorrow with Dr. David J. Verricchio, an expert on Troodon. Yeah. The whole point of these streams is, like I said, to bring fossil science to anybody who cares to show up. Hence the name Paleontologizing. It's taking paleontology and making it a verb, you know? This is how we do it. That's what it's all about. So yeah. And that would be so exciting. Yeah, Lenina, we'll have to see about that. I gotta contact some people and work out some details, but I can show you something exciting right off the bat. Something that I haven't tested it yet, because testing it requires spending some money. But check this out that I got recently. Normally when we do our fieldwork streams, show you real quick. It's live via satellite. Scroll down to, here we go, Utah.
And everybody's excited to see you again, Don. Everybody in the chat.
I don't know if you'll be able to see it here.
The point of these broadcasts is science outreach. So, you know, if there's anything that you're curious about, anything that you're confused about, anything you'd like elaborated upon.
Oh, there you can see it back there. The satellite dish and the solar panels and the big solar generator setup. This is pretty bulky and heavy to carry around, especially when I'm going to different sites each day, like we often did in Wyoming. Yeah, it's really nice to have this set up right here. That's the reason that I can stream from such a remote location, is, you know, that satellite dish and that whole setup there. But man, was it hard work hauling that heavy stuff all the way up the side of a mountain every day when I was in Wyoming. That's getting a bit easier this year, I think, provided it works. Check it out. Here. In this slim box right here is a new satellite dish. And check it out. It is small. This is the dish and the router in one right here. So all it requires is this and a power cord, and we're good to go. No big tripod, quadrupod, whatever you call that thing. No separate router that keeps falling over or getting baked in the sun. I am super excited about this. It was a little pricey, but I got it on sale for it was $450 for a mini Starlink setup like this. This is gonna make it even easier to do streams from the field this year, provided it works. I still have to test it. In order to test it, you've got to pay for service for a whole month, it seems like. So I'll be doing that pretty soon, I hope. But yeah, I can't wait. It's look at that. It's so small. So I'm pretty excited. This goes along with our New Year's resolution of doing more fieldwork streams from more locations this year. So I'm pretty excited about that. How are you doing, Steve? Hello, hello. What's shaking with you? How are things, sweetie? How are things? Huh? Oh, time for treats indeed. Sweetie Pie knows what time it is. She says, oh, Danny's talking in the microphone? That means it's time for some treats, huh? Yeah. Well, I think we can make that happen for you, sweetie. And yeah, there you go, Petrodactylus. Oh, the reason why I've got I'll explain the background stuff in a minute. But that Gallimimus has to do with our topic for the day. One of our new dinosaurs is an ornithomimid. So we'll be talking about what ornithomimids are and why they're important. Oh, sweetie pie. You'd probably like them. They ran fast. I'm sure they'd be fun to watch. Yeah. You love watching birds. Do you like watching bird mimic dinosaurs? Ornithomimids? I think you probably would. Good stuff. Yeah. Ornithomimid hype. Yes, indeed, Petrodactylus. Exciting stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Sweetie pie, let me brush you for a little bit. You've got some excess hair going on. Let's attend to that. Okay? You don't seem to be into that right now. Okay, I can take it. Just make with the treats, please. Hang on.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Paleo sweetie pie.
Happy as Kali. Excellent emote. Thank you for the 50 months of support. Really appreciate that, Kali. Thank you. Sweetie pie. 50 months. That's a long time. It's like almost a whole year, isn't it? She's like, no, it's more than a year, Danny. What are you talking about? Look at it. All right. You know what? I think you want some treats. Let's make that happen, huh? You like that? Yeah? Oh, are you staring at me? You doing a staring contest? All right, let's make it happen. Ooh, good stuff. There you go. Look at all those. What a smorgasbord. Wow. My goodness, look at all those treats. Oh, good stuff. Yeah. And Mommy does, hey, I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, everybody. Today we'll be talking about ornithomimids. Well, I've got this model right here, the ostrich mimic dinosaurs, aka bird mimic dinosaurs. We've got a new one from Central Asia, just published, one of our first new dinosaurs of 2025. And we've got a new basal saurischian dinosaur, probably basal sauropodomorph. Hence our Guerrerosaurus and our Eoraptor up here, both basal saurischian dinosaurs, probably. We've got a new basal saurischian dinosaur from Wyoming, of all places. A new Triassic Wyoming dinosaur. When you think of Wyoming, you don't think of the Triassic period. At least I don't. You think Jurassic, Morrison, or you think Cretaceous, like maybe the Lance Formation, or maybe the Almond Formation, where I was digging for the past couple summers. Streaming it, too. We got a new Triassic dinosaur from Wyoming, so we'll talk about that as well. Both papers just out over the last few days. So, yeah. And new genus, maybe it is a new genus, Crimson Carnotaurus. We'll be talking about it. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. I saw Matt M33 and Kodali were first today. Sorry I was a little bit late. There's a lot of stuff to take care of today, and I got a call from Papa Jim about potentially some field work in Utah in March, so we'll see about that. Yeah. But we've got Niffler, Mayor of Space, Lenina, Marika, Grim Deviant, Tolkien, Otaku, Summer Days, Ball Machine, Neilf, Alexander Morrison, Dr. Irrefutable, Chaotic Time Traveler. I see you changed your name there, thing. I like it. I like the new name. And Ms. Yvette seems to have changed her username too. Ms. Art Rules. Now it matches what you've got on Discord, right? Awesome. Science Streams. Belent, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good to see you, as it always is. I hope things are going well for you. Jedi Mega Man, hello, hello. I'm Tricky. Says, I've seen a lot of people install that on their cars, and it's been working great. Oh, the Starlink? Cool. Yeah. It'll be a lot easier to travel with, the size that it is here. And supposedly it uses about half of the power of the old model. So it should be... I shouldn't have to carry as big a solar generator with me, nor as big a solar panel. I actually did already spring for a new solar generator too, I'll show you that. But I still need some panels for it. Here. Look at how small this is. Look, it's super cute compared to the great big ones that I had before. It's also significantly less expensive, but it'll be much more portable. I might even be able to fit this and the Starlink device and maybe my streaming setup, the camera and the microphone and the encoder and the battery pack. I might be able to fit that all into a single hard-sided case, like a briefcase that I can just carry with me into the field. If so, that is going to be phenomenal. The form factor there, so small, so portable. I kind of love miniaturized things like that you can bring anywhere, and so that thought really makes me happy. But yeah, if you're excited about this, like I am, and you're thinking of maybe asking how you could help out with this, I happen to have one of those solar panels on the Amazon wish list here. Here we go. Right there. These solar panels are really small. They fold up. They're lighter than your typical laptop computer. They fold up to a really compact kind of footprint. And I could really use some of those for field work. So, yeah, I don't know. If anybody is feeling particularly generous watching right now, that's on there. It's not super cheap, I guess. 99 bucks, but for something with the build quality that Jackery provides there, I think they're going to be pretty good. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Colin Mungo says, why is the plastic Triceratops $140 US? Because it's from Beasts of the Mesozoic. It's, are you familiar with those? They are super high-end. It's got, like, probably 40 different points of articulation, and it's big. That's going to be, like, this big, that Triceratops. It's large. There's a lot of paleo artists who actually use those as reference models for when they're doing artwork. So you pose it how you want it, and then you can kind of get your perspective correct. You can put different lighting on it. It's a wonderful tool for art to have a maquette like that you can use. Some other people use them as collectibles, but my intent is to use it as a reference. I've got the Tyrannosaurus one right here. Unpainted, but it is, it's exquisite. Not only are they super, super realistic in all of the detailing, but fully posable. So you can set this thing up in your art studio, take photos of it from different angles, and then you've got your perspective right there, you know? It kind of makes the preparation work for creating an artistic piece much easier. It's much easier to visualize what's going on. It's kind of like that classic artist's tool. Let's see. Wooden figure for drawing. You know, it's like one of these. You're familiar with these, right? It's the Tyrannosaur equivalent of this. Yeah. So, I haven't had a chance to use it yet, but the next time I do some Tyrannosaur illustrations for museum work, for t-shirt art, for a paid commission, for whatever, this is going to be an invaluable tool. It's going to make kind of figuring out the pose, the perspective, the lighting, everything else so much easier. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, so it's a true model, not a toy. Yeah, tomato, potato, you know. You could call it a toy if you want. You could call it an action figure. You could call it a dolly. It's my dinosaur dolly. Whatever. But yeah. Make me like one of your French sauropods, says Colin Mungo. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, love Beasts of the Mesozoic. I ordered the entire Dromaeosaur line back when it was on Kickstarter. Wow. Those aren't cheap, Petrodactylus. That's pretty cool. It's really neat that you were supporting that project, though, because they do such cool work. Yeah. Did they do, There's a bunch of reviews that people have done of them on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, look at their Dilophosaurus. Oh, that is super cool. I didn't know they did this, but they produce some of the highest quality dinosaur models out there. They're really impressive. Just exquisite, and all based on the latest science, too. At least in terms of the anatomy, if not in terms of taxonomy. But yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Dilophosaurus is out now. I'm not sure if it's out now. This video is from 3 months ago, so there's a chance that this is early. Yeah. Anywho. Really cool stuff.
So yeah, all around this figure is just absolutely amazing looking. My favorite Dilophosaurus figure ever released. Moving on to articulation.
This is by far, this is miles better than any other Dilophosaurus that anybody else has ever put out.
Then you have this awesome triple jointed neck. You can get some movement at all three joints. Allows the head.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it can look down that far, but the best part is
that's really lovely.
Range of motion these three joints are.
Ah, that's so cool.
You could get some very, very good side-to-side movement with that neck joint. Probably the best neck articulation out of every BOTM figure. It just works absolutely brilliant. Even at the base of the neck, you get some nice up and down movement.
Yeah, very cool. C2H5OH Distiller says, how big were Dilos? Is that from something online? Is it like a meme or some pop culture related thing where people call them Dilos? I've never heard that until I started up streaming here on Twitch. People referring to Dilophosaurus as Dilo, as like a nickname. No, I just can't spell it, says C2H5O. Oh, yeah, no worries, yeah. But I've heard a lot of other people say, and it usually takes me a minute to figure out what they mean. Dilophosaurus? And invariably, they're talking about Dilophosaurus. But they're big animals. So Dilophosaurus is not a small critter. Jurassic Park kind of lied to you in that regard. And don't tell me, oh, they're supposed to be juveniles. They're not supposed to be juveniles in the movies. Anyway. Yeah. It's one of the first large meat-eating dinosaurs. And at the time that it lived, it was one of the biggest meat-eating animals to ever evolve on land. So, like, they are very much not a small critter. I love this illustration here that shows, Wayne Knight's character from Jurassic Park with the Jurassic Park screen Dilophosaurus and then the actual Dilophosaurus right there.
Or
herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Fedorasaur, thank you for the 39
Go
months.
to less than
I
3.
really appreciate that. That's a long time, Fedorasaur. Thank you very much for keeping me here on the air for 39 months. Extraordinary. Yeah. It's a big critter, Dilophosaurus. It is a big critter. And I've got some footage somewhere of me with a Dilophosaurus. In fact, if yesterday's VOD is already up on YouTube, which it is, excellent, we can scrub through this and we can find previously recorded Danny here. And, yeah. And one of these shots, yeah, here's me with... with a cast of Dilophosaurus weatherali at City College, San Francisco. It's a big animal. It is a big animal. Here, I think we've probably got another previously recorded Danny that might have some other shots in that video. There we go. Yeah, it's a big critter. This is not a small animal at all. They're about 20 feet long. And we only have maybe 2 decent specimens of this critter. The chances are they got even bigger than this, too. We don't really know the full adult size of Dilophosaurus. I don't think histo has ever been done on this critter, so we don't know the level of maturity for this specimen. It could be a subadult. They could have gotten even bigger than this. So yeah. Oh, they have the same cast in Sydney's Australian Museum. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Very cool. Yeah. And the ARC community calls them Dilos. That makes sense, Comrade Son. That makes sense. Yeah. And Ken is here in the chat. I'm sorry I missed you, Ken. How are you doing? I hope your New Year's off to a good start, Paleo Ken. Yeah, I miss you, man. Looking forward to seeing you in Wyoming, or maybe even earlier than that if you go to the conference in May in Provo. And yeah, that egg video is priceless. Absolutely. I was just about to show that, Ken. There we go. If you want an up-to-date picture of what Dilophosaurus was really like, based on real fossil data, this is the video for you.
Window into the nasal sinuses between the nose and eye socket.
So this is the only good skull of Dilophosaurus anywhere in the world, and it's just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, at the Museum of Paleontology.
In the skulls of theropod dinosaurs.
There's my mentor from high school, Pat Holroyd, holding it.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Dyson Dinosaur.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur, for the raid. How are ya?
Stumbled below that level.
Welcome, welcome. Dinosaur paleontologist Filippo Bertozzo, the only other dinosaur paleontologist I know of on Twitch. How are you doing, Filippo? How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back. We are going to talk about 2 new dinosaurs just published on today's stream. We've got a new basal Saurischian dinosaur, hence our Herrerasaurus and Eoraptor, from Wyoming, of all places. And then we've got a new Ornithomimosaur dinosaur from Central Asia. We'll be talking about both of those in just a little bit. But right now we're briefly talking about Dilophosaurus, which is always fun. Dilophosaurus it's got to be one of my favorite dinosaurs because I've got kind of a personal connection to it. I helped work on this specimen when I was in high school. This is, I don't know if it's the holotype or the probably lectotype specimen of Dilophosaurus. Yeah, but this is the one that told us that the animal had a crest, which is super cool. Did you work with Aang too? Not yet. Although I met with him last week. Last week? Maybe the week before? Let's see here. Yeah, Yara sent me email. Yeah. Come on now. There we go. There's us right there outside the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont, California. Yeah, I met Brian at SVP this year, and he might be working on some new models for the museum, potentially. We're trying to bring him on board. Hopefully it didn't scare him off too bad. We've got some big, lofty plans for the museum, and things are a little loosey-goosey right now. But yeah, he does incredible work, and really hoping that we can bring him on board for this project. Yeah. Especially Yara. Yeah, it was really cool to meet Yara, too. I had no idea that she was married to Brian. They're another classic paleo power couple, which is awesome. I'd love to bring them both on for interviews at some point. But,
in the skulls of
anyway,
dinosaurs.
This video is one put together by Brian.
But when you see the skull from the front, it becomes clear that the crest isn't separated from the antorbital fenestra at all.
Yeah.
It's an expansion of it. In fact, most non-bird theropod dinosaurs have small crests formed by the lacrimal and nasal bones in the same area.
Yep.
And almost all of these crests have hollow spaces inside of them, left by air sacs expanding from the antorbital fenestra up into the bony crest.
Yep.
This is the holotype of Ceratosaurus.
Ceratosaurus nasicornis.
Nasicornis, not magnicornis.
Not
Keep it
magnicornis,
straight, yo.
Not denticilcatus, and really they're all the same thing. It turns out it's all ontogenic variation. So it's interesting that you have this other fossa within the anorbital fossa that's fairly deep and almost penetrates through the actual
that's
ascending process. Yeah, that's broken, but it was very thin.
Yeah.
So this ascending process of the maxilla was highly pneumatized. And if you look at the backside here, you can see that this is crushed here. But again, why was it crushed? Well, probably because there was
air sacs in it. Yeah.
So it's all related.
There's that, and then it's got the pneumatic fossa goes all the way up into the crest. So the crest is
very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Dilophosaurus's crest is the result of taking this developmental pattern to a bizarre extreme and expanding those airspaces upward, so much so that we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests because the top edge isn't even preserved.
Very cool. I love that in creating this video, Brian Eng was basically able to take people's picture of Dilophosaurus, which they mostly got from Jurassic Park. That becomes like the standard by which this animal is reconstructed again and again and again. Everybody copies the Jurassic Park reconstruction because it was such a big ticket item, you know. But now he creates this wonderful video helping explain what we actually know and don't know about Dilophosaurus. And that makes its way into lots of other things too, like the beasts of the Mesozoic Dilophosaurus model. I love it. I love it. You know? The way that you can improve people's understanding of a particular dinosaur by creating some good media around it. It makes me really happy when somebody's able to do that, you know? Yeah. And Colin Mungo says, so you're saying dinosaurs are mostly air, like cotton candy? Yeah, or like, what was that? What's that British candy bar that's mostly air? What is it called? Somebody told me about this recently. I didn't know what they were talking about. We looked it up, and what's it called? Arrow. There you go. Yeah. Arrow bar. I like this. It's cheap to make because it's mostly air. Yeah. So Saurischian dinosaurs, your theropods and your sauropods, are much the same. So here is a sauropod dinosaur, a diplodocid sauropod. Everything blue there is air. This is from a really cool paper by a friend and colleague of mine, Kerry Woodruff, whom I used to work with in the field. We dug up dinosaurs together in the Judith River Formation of Montana. So much air. The kind of electric blue right there. All of this right here, these are air sacs, kind of like birds have in their torsos. This dark grayish blue are the lungs. Another air sac right there. And then this light kind of powder blue, these are pneumatic diverticula in the vertebrae. So the vertebrae actually have hollow spaces in them for the passage of air. So as these animals are breathing, the air goes down the trachea and into the air sacs, and then from the air sacs into the lungs, and then it goes out again. But the air is also going into those pneumatic diverticula in the vertebrae. So these animals were supremely well adapted for walking around on land. Their bodies were much more lightly constructed than you would imagine. Don't think of them like lizards, think of them like birds. Indeed, that's where birds got their avian respiratory system, is from their dinosaur ancestors. So these sauropods and birds both got that the basic building blocks of that respiratory system from their common ancestor, because both sauropods and birds evolved from the same ancestor back in the Triassic period. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. That's one of the secrets to the enormous size of the biggest sauropods, is they're more lightweight than you would imagine. Very efficient in the way that they were constructed. Super cool. Supremely well evolved for walking around on land. It's not like these old pictures, like, oh, sauropods in the water like this. You know, they were so heavy that they needed water to buoy up their immense bulk, keep them from collapsing on land. It's not like this at all. In fact, if you were to try and do this, this animal would be probably floating like a cork, because they're so full of air. They would not be able to do this. Oh yeah. Lake of convenient depth. There you go, Caravan, yeah. So yeah. And I'm glad you like the music, Colin. Thank you. Sauropods equals zeppelins with legs. I like that, Dyson Dinosaur. I like that a lot. They're such cool critters. They really are. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus asks, isn't it the air sacs and respiratory system why they're able to get so big compared to the largest mammals? That and a few other things, too. Here, I think I've got a link in this command here. There we go. Paper by Martin Sander about this. I know this looks complicated, and it's... Don't get intimidated, though. This is basically a diagram for, like, organizing our thoughts about sauropod dinosaurs and how they're able to get so big based on several features of their anatomy and their ecology and everything else. So, very high body mass, being large. There's a lot of things that contribute to that. And a lot of things that, like, kind of selective pressures that also make them very large. So, predation pressure from theropod dinosaurs. Big meat-eating dinosaurs They'd more easily eat a smaller creature, so the bigger you get, the less pressure you feel from theropods. Or like that's not the right way to put it. The less likely you are to have your life ended early as a meal by a theropod dinosaur. Fast population recovery is another one of these things. So high rate of reproduction. The fact that these animals didn't give birth to one big baby every few years like an elephant does. A big baby that's also very heavy. It's a huge strain on your body, carrying around like a multi-100-pound fetus. These guys didn't do that. They had a bunch of small eggs that they laid every year. Small, I mean like less than a football size egg. Maybe a dozen of them or so every year, something like that. But having smaller babies allows your body to be bigger, paradoxically. Maybe not paradoxically. Maybe that makes intuitive sense to you. Because, like, your body overall can be bigger because you don't have to save space in there for a giant fetus, you know? Does that make sense? Not chewing their food, no mastication, allows them to take in massive quantities of food very quickly. They weren't slow eaters like cows, where cows have gotta, crop the plants with their front teeth and then sit there and chew and chew and chew all day long. These guys weren't like that. They could fulfill their caloric needs, they could eat enough food every day much more quickly than something like a cow, because they're just gulping that food down whole, not sitting there waiting to chew their food, just gulping it down. Yeah, so anyway, there's a ton of different factors here that all contribute to the enormous size of some of these sauropods, and there's probably some people in chat who are not aware of how big these animals could get, but they're like unfathomably huge. Just enormous. I mean, astonishingly large. So there's a big titanosaur compared to like a bull African elephant. Compared to the people from, is it the Voyager probe? Is that the illustration there? Where they're going, hi. Am I thinking of the right NASA craft? Yes, says Claire. Cool. Compared to a 737 airliner, these are animals that were heavier than some big commercial jets like that. Like, this is an animal that would probably weigh more than a Boeing 737. Yeah. Palamuga says, why are the Voyager plaque people waving and not running? Well, because that's what they do. If they were running, then they'd be the running people, but they're not. You know? I'm not. Oh, goodness. It was not. Google search is so broken. It really is. Anywho, yeah. That Brian Eng video on Dilophosaurus, by the way, I need to give you a link for that before I forget. Because it is exquisite.
Areas with thicker bars of bone, reinforcing the inside of the one preserved crest.
I mean, if this is a big pneumatic thing, like, none of this might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils.
Yep.
And so much of the fossil crest is missing or crushed that it's hard to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been. But Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason.
Yep.
Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests. There are actually dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about this later for Thursday Birds Day, I'm sure. But yeah. Good stuff. You're coming back, Sweetie Pie? Back for more? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Michael Dude says, what's the status of Bruhathkaiosaurus? Dubious. That's original specimen has since been lost, and it was pretty doubtful to start with. Anyway, you can read more about that on the Wikipedia page if you like. It provides a pretty decent summary, I think, of that. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you? What are you looking at? What are you intently staring at over there? Huh? Oh, did you? Over there. And Mr. Egypticus, hey, good night to you. Sleep well, huh? Appreciate you being here while you were. Oh, sweet pie. Smells like sweetie spirit, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Got some good scritches? Yeah. There we go. Want to say hello to this Apatosaurus right here? Look at that. Oh. What do you think of Diplodocus and sauropods, Sweetie Pie? You like them? You a fan? She just wants attention right now. And she is getting it. You know what? We better get into our fossil news, though. Oh, and first, let's do a Blue Sky post, shall we? Before I forget. Let's see if that screenshot was any good. Yeah. Us both looking up at the same time. Alright, 400 DPI post. How's that right there? Yeah, let's use it. Okay. There we are. New post. Okay. Why it's 2 new dinosaur genera. The first ones published in 2025. Live on stream at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. And Sweetie Pie was looking up. Yeah, that's good enough. There we go. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. There we go. And there's the link. Pimpcat says, what was she looking at? Who knows? You know? She's a cat. She'll look at nothing. And she'll get real excited about it. Yeah. I don't believe in the existence of ghosts. But, I think it's a really funny idea that, oh, maybe cats do. Maybe they can see ghosts. Maybe they eat them. That's why they're always, like, looking at things that aren't there. And, zooming around the house, chasing things that don't seem to exist. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. You after some tasty ghosts? Yeah, you and Pac-Man both, huh? Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. I bet somebody could go on Joe Rogan's podcast and convince him 100% that that ghosts are real and that cats eat ghosts. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, no doubt about that, Danny, says Alexander. Yeah, everybody's favorite Facebook grandma. Joseph Rogan. Anywho, let's get into our fossil news here, shall we? But do you want some treats first, Sweetie Pie? I don't think that's what you want, because usually you stand right in front of the camera when you want treats. I think you just want to hang out. You know what? That's cool with me. I like that idea. But without further ado, let's get into some fossil news here, starting now. All right, and Sweetie Pie is now blocking the camera, as she does, and pushing the camera around. Ah, Sweetie Pie. Is that your cue? You do want some treats? You do want some treats? All right. And Darth Jacoby says, I don't get the Rogan hate. I don't hate Joe Rogan. I just think he's really gullible and really funny. And he kind of promotes gullibility in his audience, too. You could convince that guy of anything. Anyway, let's get some treats for Sweetie Pie. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. There you go. We'll be getting into this right here. Kind of a dramatic headline. New fossil find rewrites history of dinosaur evolution. Little dramatic, that headline there. But we'll think about why it's significant, why it's an exciting find. Wallace is going. Yeah, very good evolved, yeah. Yeah. How you doing? You get all of it? Get all the pieces? Good job. You didn't get all the pieces last time. You got all of them now. Nice work, Sweetie Pie. Nice work. And I do believe this paper is open access. I'll give you the link ASAP. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie. All right. New fossil find rewrites history of dinosaur evolution. I mean, we'll see. What is really exciting about this is we've got a new kind of early basal, probably sauropodomorph dinosaur, probably kind of like Eoraptor, from Wyoming of all places. If there are more dinosaur taxa still to be found in Wyoming, then holy cow, that is going to be really exciting. Because so far, the real hotbed for the earliest dinosaurs has been Argentina, South America. So much of what we're doing when we talk about different stages of evolution in the history of the age of dinosaurs, it's like we're peering through these tiny little keyholes. We've got, some rocks exposed in one part of the world from a particular time and place, but it doesn't tell us a lot about what's going on in other parts of the world at that time. Think about, like, the Hell Creek Formation of Montana and the Dakotas. It's this little keyhole, well, largish keyhole to look through to see what was going on at the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs. But it doesn't tell us much about what's going on in other parts of the world, What's going on at the end of the age of dinosaurs in Australia? Or in Mongolia, or in Antarctica. So our picture of what's going on globally during a particular span of geological time is always going to be a little bit limited, And the further back in time you go, the harder it gets, oftentimes. For the Triassic, usually our best picture is from places like Valley of the Moon, the Estigualasto Formation of Argentina. And man, are there some exquisite rocks there, as you can well see. Really interesting cast of characters here. Most of them not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were kind of a minor component in this ecosystem During the Triassic period, beginning of the age of dinosaurs, dinosaurs did not yet rule the Earth. Dinosaurs are just one kind of critter running around at that time. The animals that were more prominent, more dominant in their ecosystems are things like these big Rawasuchian crocodile relatives. These were the top predators in their ecosystem. Preying on creatures like these cynodonts right here, and dicynodonts, and other dicynodonts like this guy right here. Aedosaurs are walking around eating plants, doing their thing. In the water, you've got these big temnospondyls, and you've got phytosaurs. And then you've got a few dinosaurs, too. Things like little Eoraptor right here. Kind of scampering through the underbrush, trying not to get eaten by these big guys. When dinosaurs first evolved, they are not yet dominant on our planet. This is the time that we're talking about here. This is why I'm showing this to you, is I want to give you a little bit of context for when we talk about this new discovery here. I think it looks like the T-Rex from 60... Yeah, there you go, Dinosaur Baby. Yeah, oh boy. Anywho. Again, all of these critters are from Argentina, from South America. So until now, the origin of dinosaurs has been thought to be deeply rooted in the high-latitude southern hemisphere, supercontinent Gondwana. Because that's where the best exposures are. That's where we've been able to find the best fossils. It kind of reminds me of, yeah. Kind of reminds me of this. You know? Oh, you lost your keys? Yeah, I lost them over there, but the light's better here. So far, the light has been best in Argentina and places like the Esquigualasto Formation. So when we're trying to learn about the origin of dinosaurs, the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, when the first dinosaurs are doing their thing, it's kind of been like this. We've got a bunch of rocks from that particular time in Argentina, so that's where a lot of the work has been focused. So it's really exciting that now we've got another lamppost in Wyoming. And we're starting to find things there. So until now, the origin of dinosaurs are thought to be deeply rooted in the high-latitude southern hemisphere. Since we have our earliest dinosaurs that we've ever found from South America, we think, oh, well, dinosaurs probably evolved in South America. But we don't really know that, especially since they could have popped up just about anywhere. Around the time that the first dinosaurs evolved, about 240 million years ago, give or take a few, this is what our planet looked like. One massive supercontinent that today we call Pangaea took up about half of the Earth, and then the other side is ocean. We call this Panthalassa, and we call this Pangaea, meaning all Earth, Panthalassa meaning all ocean. So, about here are some of the earliest dinosaurs that we know of. But there's also tantalizing hints of things that might be even earlier dinosaurs from southern Africa. And then we've got some dinosaurs from a little bit later in the Triassic period, from here in Arizona, New Mexico, and in this part of the United States. And now, got some stuff from Wyoming, which is exciting. Look, Toxic says, hey, there's my house. Yeah. I don't know if your house is this old. I don't think it was built around 240 million BCE. But, I suppose I don't know that for sure. So, Gondwana are the southern continents. Later, these would split up into two big supercontinents. Laurasia in the north, with the northern continents like North America, Europe, and Asia. And then the southern continents together we call Gondwana. That's South America, Africa, India, right here, Madagascar, Australia, Antarctica, New Zealand. That's Gondwana down here. So it's been assumed up until this point that dinosaurs probably evolved in Gondwana first, just because we've found the earliest dinosaur fossils so far in Gondwana. But that might be a sample bias thing. That might be us searching for lost keys under the streetlight, you know? It could be that the keys are elsewhere. It could be the earliest dinosaurs evolved in another place. And until we've got a streetlight there, until we've got rocks of the right age that we can identify and search, we might not find those first dinosaurs. So Gondwana dinosaur faunas and the oldest known dinosaur occurrence in the northern hemisphere, supercontinent Laurasia, were separated by 6 to 10 million years. So the stuff up north here has, until this point, the earliest dinosaurs up here have been 6 to 10 million years later than down here. However, the newly described Laurasian species lived at the same time as the oldest known southern dinosaurs. Super exciting. This new one is named Avetum bonduevece. Avetum bonduevece. This sauropodomorph is the oldest known Laurasian dinosaur. Oh, this is exciting. Avetum bonduevece lived in Laurasia during or soon after a period of immense climatic change known as the Carnian pluvial episode that has previously been connected to an early period of diversification of dinosaur species, said Dr. Dave Lovelace from the University of Wisconsin Geology Museum and his colleagues. The climate during that period was much wetter than it had been previously, transforming large, hot stretches of desert into more hospitable habitats for early dinosaurs. So we've got a video about this, I think, that PBS Eons made about the Carnian pluvial event. PBS Eons. Carnian pluvial event. There we go. The title is That Time It Rained for 2 Million Years. Here.
Imagine a world so warm that the ocean feels like a hot tub. Huge volcanic eruptions have pumped the air full of globe-warming carbon dioxide, and with the continents locked together from pole to pole in the supercontinent of Pangaea, the world is hot, flat, and very, very dry. Early reptiles and mammal ancestors thrive in this sweltering land, dominating a landscape that's still struggling to recover from the Permian extinction. This is Earth, 250 million years ago, at the beginning of the Triassic period. But then, starting around 234 million years ago, the climate suddenly changed, for the wetter. The rains finally came to this hot, dry world, and then they stayed for 2 million years. This period of intense rain killed off many of the early reptiles and confused the heck out of geologists who found the flood deposits millions of years later. This time is known as the Carnian pluvial episode, and it set the stage for a new group of animals to take over the world, the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Pythagoras Walrus, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Pythagoras Walrus. It's good to have you here.
Evidence of just how hot and dry the world was at the start of the Triassic is trapped in the land beneath our feet. Rocks from that period are mostly swaths of red sandstone and soil deposits from dry woodlands with no sign of the coal swamps that had covered the world during much of the Permian. And one major reason that the world was so dry was the shape of Pangaea. With all of the continents locked together, rain clouds couldn't move much past the coastlines, and there were no big mountain ranges to break up the low, arid land. Now, dinosaurs did exist in this dry, post-Permian world, but they were still vying for their place among the early reptiles and reptile-like mammal ancestors. The dominant carnivores back then were the early cruotarsans, a broad group of croc-like animals that included reptiles like pseudoseuchians and phytosaurs.
So, Alexander Morrison here in our chat is very fond of these critters. And they're pretty neat. Yeah, some of them, like Postasuchus, are almost tyrannosaur-like in their aspect. It's almost kind of strange. Yeah. I mean, look at that skull right there. These guys really wanted to be tyrannosaurs long before there were tyrannosaurs. In fact, these guys were first. So it's almost like tyrannosaurs are mimics of these guys in a way. It's convergent evolution. They're not related. These guys are more closely related to crocodiles, and Tyrannosaurus is much more closely related to birds and other theropods. But yeah, like a weirdly tyrannosaur-like skull. Just bizarre, you know? Yeah. But, they were very much not tyrannosaurs. They would walk around probably pretty slowly. They don't seem to be built for speed. Yeah. But their prey wasn't either, so it didn't matter. They don't seem to be fast runners at all. Yeah. They're so cool and weird.
For example, there was Ornithosuchus, which had long hind legs and could actually stand up when it wanted to run, which I imagine would have been both awesome and terrifying.
I don't know how fast they could actually run.
But even stranger than these were the rhynchosaurs, herbivores with parrot-like beaks and sometimes cheekbones to die for, all in a chubby lizard body. And although there were no true mammals, there were dicynodonts, the closest things to them at the time. They're actually more closely related.
And I think things like Synognathus were actually closer to mammals than these guys, right? Aren't things like Synognathus like on the direct line to mammals, or at least close to it?
Us than, say, Dimetrodon, despite being scaly, four-legged creatures with bills and tusks. All of these fascinating creatures were widespread for most of the Triassic, with one species of dicynodont called Lystrosaurus being so common all over the world that its fossils were actually used to help construct the idea of plate tectonics. But these animals, adapted as they were for life in a dry climate, were in for a big shakeup. Most of what we know about the history of climate comes from plant fossils and rock types. And in the early 1990s, two British geologists found rocks that didn't match the dry climate of the Triassic that they knew. Instead of finding red, slowly deposited sand, they found thick layers of river rocks, sediments from giant lakes, and evidence of coal swamps. All of these were signs of massive rainfall over the course of some 2 million years. But stranger still, these traces of a suddenly wet climate turned out to be everywhere, from England to the Americas to Israel, and regions that were far apart at the time. That meant that the rise in rainfall must have been worldwide. Initially, other geologists were skeptical. Couldn't these rocks just be explained by a lot of big local floods? Well, over the next 2 decades, reports of more and more weird rocks kept trickling in. And they kept pointing to a world that was getting wetter and wetter. The rocks revealed coal deposits in Austria, traces of ancient lakes in Italy, wet soils in Utah, and giant rivers in China. And they all dated to the same window of time, between 232 and 234 million years ago. In time, this phenomenon came to be known as the Carnian pluvial episode, or...
Yeah, so a global thing that happened for a little while, about 2 million years. And then it went back to being dry again in a lot of parts of the world. But yeah, just crazy rain for like 2 million years.
The Carnian is the name of the geologic age within the Triassic when all this happened. And for what it's worth, I seriously thought about naming this episode The Chronicles of Carnia. But I didn't, because that would have been dumb. And pluvial means rain, and it rained a whole awful lot. For example, one estimate suggests that average annual rainfall in what's now Utah almost quadrupled, reaching a peak of 1,400 millimeters, or about 55 inches of rain a year. For context, that's how much a temperate rainforest gets today, like, say, in the Pacific Northwest. And this would have happened over and over and over and over and over again, all around the world. It was not one big flood. It was more like floods every year, all over the place, for 2 million years.
So, and again, when we say it rained for 2 million years, we don't mean a rainstorm that lasted literally 2 million years. It's during that 2 million year span, during the Carnian pluvial event, Carnian pluvial episode, whatever you want to call it, rainfall just became much more common and much heavier. Does that make sense? So kind of like moving from, I don't know, Phoenix, Arizona to Seattle. It's like there's going to be a lot more days with a lot more rain.
With all this rain, things were bound to change. And one of the biggest changes was a sudden abundance of dinosaurs. In rock dated to the start of the Carnian pluvial episode, dinosaurs account for about 5% of the fossils of terrestrial vertebrates. But by the end, they make up more than 90% of those fossils. So what made the dinosaurs so suddenly successful? Were they better off than their competitors in this newly wet world? Or did other animals simply die, leaving them to rule the world by default?
Or both, perhaps.
He might not have been the rain itself, but what the rain brought with it. A proliferation of giant plants. During this time, we begin to see lots of large conifers and big coal-forming plants, like the...
Swavoria says, how did that affect how many fossils we find in that time period compared to dry climates? That is a really good question, is, you know, like with more rainfall, does that mean that you have more sediment being deposited? Does that mean you have more like flooding events where critters can be preserved? I'm sure that's been studied, and I don't know the answer off the top of my head. But it does seem like this is just an event that occurs, and then dinosaurs do really well during that, and a bunch of other critters don't do so well. Many of them die out. And it's like, from then on out, dinosaurs are, they're all over the place. It kind of helps them start to take over.
The primordial-looking Bennettitales. And for herbivores, this change in food supply could have been a game changer. For example, rhynchosaurs were abundant, but they were also short, and they couldn't stand on their hind legs to reach higher leaves. This would have been fine in a dry environment where plants tend to stay close to the ground. But in a wet forest, rhynchosaurs would only have been able to eat smaller plants or whatever leaves and fruit fell to the ground. Meanwhile, dicynodonts were herbivores too, but they didn't have teeth. And they also didn't use gastroliths, the rocks that some animals, like birds, swallow to help digest plant material. Without teeth or gastroliths, dicynodonts would have had a hard time eating anything fibrous like wood. And sure enough, fossils of dicynodont poop from this time have been found to contain mostly soft ferns with only small amounts of wood. By comparison, some plant-eating dinosaurs, which both had teeth and used gastroliths, left us poop fossils that are up to 85% wood, which is a lot of fiber. So as the climate became wetter, soft small ferns were quickly replaced by tall woody conifers, which dicynodonts and rhynchosaurs didn't eat. And without rhynchosaurs and dicynodonts, then the carnivores, those crurotarsans, would have lost a lot of their food supply. So maybe instead of being better adapted to this new environment, dinosaurs were just the only major group of reptiles left standing, or, you know, squatting. Even though we don't know exactly why the rain helped the dinosaurs, we do know that dinosaurs became a lot more abundant during the Carnian pluvial episode, and the dicynodonts, the rhynchosaurs, and many of the early crurotarsans soon went extinct. Now there's still the question of what made it rain for 2 million years in the first place. Well, right before the rains came, some 235 million years ago, there was a huge burst of volcanic activity in Alaska and British Columbia. Today it's known as the Wrangelian eruptions. These eruptions lasted for more than 5 million years, churning out a layer of lava that got to be 6 kilometers thick and releasing enough CO2 to raise temperatures by about 3 to 10 degrees worldwide. And
so this is something that took about 5 million years. We're basically speedrunning that right now by throwing up all these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. You can see what an effect that had back then by studying events like this in the rock record and in the fossil record. Again, that's why paleontology is important. It gives us context for today.
Kilometers thick and releasing enough CO2 to raise temperatures by about 3 to 10 degrees worldwide. And over a very long time, warmer temperatures can create a wetter climate because they can speed up the water cycle, driving more evaporation of surface water into the atmosphere, among other things. And in fact, because of this increase in atmospheric moisture, the CPE is also sometimes called the Carnian humid episode. But for what it's worth, my personal favorite name for this episode is called the wet intermezzo, which I just think is delightful. So let's try to...
I like that too. It's really good. And I agree, Luke. PBS Eons does really, really good work. It's that's why we watch their stuff so often. And here, I'll give you a link right now, so there's no chance that I'll forget at the end of the video. But there you go.
Try to bring that term back, okay? Anyway, after about 1 million years of these eruptions, the atmosphere became so warm and wet that rain could finally reach even Pangaea's vast interior. Okay, but then how did it stop? Well, when carbon levels are really high for a really long time, our planet can be pretty good about getting some of the extra carbon back into the ground where it belongs. Plants take it in and store it in their tissues, weathering and eroding rocks.
Again, this takes millions of years.
And the oceans soak it up to form carbonate rocks like limestone. So as the Wrangelian eruptions slowed down, the carbon cycle was eventually able to stabilize. Excess CO2 was reabsorbed from the atmosphere, and the CPE gradually came to an end. By the time
So again, eventually means about 2 million years.
Eruptions had completely ended 230 million years ago, the world had returned to a classically hot, dry Triassic climate that only ended when Pangaea began to break up. But even though the Carnian pluvial episode was short, only 2 million years, its impacts on life were permanent. All that rainfall helped conifers spread and diversify, leading to the pine trees that we know today. And while the
pine trees like these. This is one of the reasons why we've got this in our background today. It's because conifers really proliferated during the Carnian pluvial episode. And also we find them today in places like Wyoming. What we talking about. So, yeah, it's important to understand during the Triassic and also today, too, in Wyoming, where these new fossils are from that we're discussing today. Lots of conifers.
The start of the Triassic may have been the land of weird croc-like things running around on their hind legs. By the time the rains ended, the world had fully entered the age of dinosaurs.
Yep. There you go. Good stuff. Again, video there is here. So yeah. So that gives you a little bit of context about what we're talking about here. Our new dinosaur, just published this week, Ovedum Bonduiveche. The climate during this period was much wetter than it had been previously, transforming large, hot stretches of desert into more hospitable habitats for early dinosaurs. Alvedum Bonduiveche was about 1 meter, or 3 feet long, from head to tail. 1 meter technically is a little bit longer than 3 feet, for being precise about it. It's this long, actually. Thank you to the generous viewer who sent me a meter stick at one point. That is 1 meter. It's just over a yard. So 39.5 inches is 1 meter. If you ever get confused by the metric system like that, you hear the word meter, just think yard. A meter is a little over a yard. Does that make it easier? Anyhow. Alvedum Bonduiveche was basically the size of a chicken. A chicken is not a meter long. What? Chickens are like a third of a meter long at the longest. Anywho. Alvedum was basically the size of a chicken. I don't know, if you said like a very big turkey, then sure. But with a really long tail, Dr. Lovelace said. We think of dinosaurs as giant behemoths, but they didn't start out that way. That's true. The very first dinosaurs were small. It was only with like later dominance of their ecosystems that they grew to truly stupendous sizes. The fossil remains of Alvedum Bonduiveche were discovered in 2013 at Garrett's Surprise, after graduate field assistant Garrett Johnson, who discovered the locality, a small exposure of the Popo Egi Formation in Wyoming. We have, with these fossils, the oldest equatorial dinosaur in the world. It's also North America's oldest dinosaur, Dr. Lovelace said. North America's oldest dinosaur. Pretty exciting. At that same Garrett's Surprise locality, the paleontologists also found a fossilized bone of a dinosaur-like creature called a silosaurid. So silosaurids are these guys. Things like Silosaurus and, yeah, we're still trying to figure out how close these guys are to the dinosaurs. We call them right now dinosauromorphs, or dinosauriformes. We think they're just outside of the dinosaur family tree, probably. But there is a chance they might actually be dinosaurs. It's tricky to figure out. Because they have some similarities to the early ornithischian dinosaurs, things like Pisanosaurus. Well, Pisanosaurus might actually turn out to be a silosaurid. There is a chance these guys actually are the earliest ornithischian dinosaurs, and that would solve a lot of problems if they were. But we're still figuring it out. It's tricky. Are these guys super close to the first dinosaurs? Are they actually some of the first dinosaurs? We're not sure. Anyway, one of these is found alongside our new dinosaur here. Anyway, the presence of a 230 million year old low-latitude early sauropodomorph, kind of like Eoraptors, an early sauropodomorph, from the northern hemisphere, along with a silosaurid, challenges the hypothesis of a delayed dinosaurian dispersal out of high-latitude Gondwana, they said. So by high-latitude, they mean far away from the equator. High-latitude doesn't just mean north, it can be far south, too. So originally there was this idea that the dinosaurs evolved way down south in Gondwana, like we were talking about, and only later they move into lower latitude areas near the equator. This discovery says, maybe not. Turns out they lived near the equator at this time too. And at this time, Wyoming was near the equator. I want to make that clear. So here we go. Equator would be right about here. So yeah, Wyoming is pretty close to the equator at that time. These data fill a critical gap in the early record of sauropodomorph dinosaur evolution, and demonstrate widespread geographic distribution by the mid to late Carnian age. Very cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this press piece right here. And then here is a link to the actual paper, which we can get excited about, because it is indeed open access. Here's the PDF right here.
Access granted.
There's a link to the actual paper right there. No paywall. Rethinking Dinosaur Origins. Oldest known equatorial dinosaur-bearing assemblage. Mid to late Carnian Papo-Aggie Formation, Wyoming, USA. I hope this becomes a new spot, a new hotspot for Triassic dinosaur study. I wonder what the exposures actually look like. How widespread are they in Wyoming? How much outcrop do we have? Here. Papo-Aggie Formation. Geology of Wyoming. Sinks of the middle Papo-Aggie. This is near Lander, Wyoming. Interesting. Alright. There. The Wind River. Riverton, Lander, Wind River Range. Okay. Huh. Lander, Wyoming map. So it's not too far from where I work in Wyoming during the summers. Yeah. So this is Wyoming right here, very conveniently rectangular in shape for our purposes. Yeah, there's Green River. It's around this area that we do our field work. We did our field work this past summer and the summer before in Wyoming. Lander is right up here. Again, this is really cool. When you think of Wyoming, you don't think of Triassic dinosaurs. If you're thinking of Triassic dinosaurs from the U.S., you're thinking of Arizona, or you're thinking of New Mexico. This is like Ghost Ranch with all the Coelophysis fossils. That's New Mexico. Or Petrified Forest in Arizona. You've got Triassic dinosaurs there. You don't think of Wyoming, so this is really exciting. So they've got high-precision radioisotopic detrital ages. Excellent. Putting these rocks at 229.04, plus or minus a 250,000 years, from the upper Papo-Aggie Formation. So yeah, so we've got a pretty good idea. These rocks are about 230 million years old. Laurasia's first unequivocal Carnian-aged sauropodomorph dinosaur, comparable in age to the oldest dinosaur fossils of Gondwana. I think the ones from Argentina are still thought to be closer to 235, but this is pretty close. It's pretty close. Yeah, really neat. This is so cool. There we go. Southern Hemisphere. So let's see. So this is kind of a record of the oldest dinosaurs in the world, in the Southern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere. And then this is a strat column of here in Wyoming. There we go. There's our new dinosaur right there, and there's the Silosaur from this horizon right here. And UWGM, this is really cool that Wisconsin-Madison is getting in on the action here. This is not like a local Wyoming museum. This is the museum in Madison, Wisconsin. Do we have any Wisconsinites? Wisconsonians in the chat right now? Let me know. Make some noise. I did a live stream from the museum in Madison, Wisconsin. A while ago. Do we have that on here? We do indeed. Kind of a smaller museum.
Welcome Caravan, Claire Burr, Sazla Shakes, Morphosaurus, Texas Cryptid, Anima Confusa. How is everybody doing? It is... how are you doing? How are you doing? Good to have you. When I come to everybody. My name is Danny Anduza, and...
We already know that.
I jumped on in a bit, or with streams. So again, Geology Museum at the University of Wisconsin, Madison. Kodali, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Let's see some of their dinosaur stuff here.
Beautiful. It's really lovely. So,
there's their prep lab.
He's got an air scribe in his hand. And, and now he's gluing something that looks like he's got some cyanoacrylate, maybe.
So this is not
very cool.
The most prominent of fossil museums. They've got some good stuff.
Yeah,
and there's clearly some very cool work going on here.
Kind of neat. Pretty cool. Here, let me read. If it is your first time here, anybody who's watching, welcome, welcome. And allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza.
Double Nickel says, yo, love that museum as a kid. Took many classes in a week's halt. Very
trying
cool.
to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. The University of Wisconsin Museum of Geology. That's what I'm here for. So yeah.
You're smart.
Desmona says, I see a pterosaur up there.
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never...
There is a pterosaur up there. Yeah, we'll talk.
Anyhow. Good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they think...
I hear they've been making some improvements to the museum here, too, which is really neat.
Yeah, and here...
Anywho. Yeah, awesome. Back to the paper here. That's why it says UWGM. That's University of Wisconsin Geological Museum. That's kind of the code for that particular institution. You'll find multi-letter, usually 4-letter codes like this for different institutions. They're called institutional abbreviations. There we go. And SV Pow has got an excellent page on this. Here we go. Let's see. Where's the link? I started building this list in a text file to quickly get rid of the native formatting of the numerous papers I copied it from. Viewer edit the list. Here we go. Yeah. Hang on a second. There we go. I've done work for some of these museums before, like the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Here, let's do a viewing, because I don't want to accidentally mess up anything on here. Yeah. DINO is Dinosaur National Monument in Utah. We've streamed from there multiple times. That's where Rebecca Hunt Foster works. The Field Museum of Natural History, we've streamed from there too. There's going to be a whole bunch of these. But I'll give you a link so that you can see it. Idaho Museum of Natural History, I've been there also. Los Angeles County Museum, which is now the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. But the abbreviation is still LACM. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these. But where was our one in Madison? What was it here? UWGM. Let's see. WGM, University of Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin, USA. Yeah, the museums I was collecting for last summer were as follows. The NHMU, which is right... It's not on here? NHMU. We're missing this one. Natural History Museum of Utah? That's a huge museum. How are we missing that? Maybe they've got it... Yeah, here we go. UMNH. Yeah. Huh. NHMU, I think, is what it is typically, so this is probably out of date. And then also, I was collecting for museum in Cleveland. Excuse me, Cincinnati. Ugh. Oh man, they would cringe if they heard me say that. I'm sorry. The Cleveland Museum of Natural History. CMNH, Cleveland Museum of Natural History. That's where our fossils from last summer in Wyoming are going to. Anyhow. Yeah. At least you didn't say Columbus. I don't think I've ever been to Columbus isolated. I've also never been to Cincinnati. But if you want to take a look at that, there's the link right there. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyhow. And is there a video or something where I can read about Triassic Florida, asks Marika? Here we go. This page from the UCMP website might help you out a bit there. And it'll have some nice resources. Use that site as a springboard, basically. That again is from UCMP. There we go. University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me in Berkeley. Kind of my one of my alma maters, I suppose you could say. Anyhow. Cool paper here. Very cool paper. And they even did some histo here, which is exciting. I love it when they do histology. It's just one of those things that it should become standard practice, you know? There should be journals where, like, they'd make it difficult for you to get published if you don't do histo, because it's such an essential methodology. You gotta cut those bones open, you gotta count the growth rings. Look for those lines of arrested growth. If you don't have any idea about the maturity level of your specimen, how old it was when it died, do you really understand it? Are you really doing paleobiology? If you don't do histo, in my opinion, no. So, pretty neat. Very nice. Now, we don't have very much from this new dinosaur, but it's enough to show that it is a basal sauropodomorph, it seems. And because it's from a new time and a new place, it's guaranteed that it's a new critter. That's a really, really, it's an easy argument to make. And we're gonna look up our new critter here in Google image search, and we'll see what kind of art people have already produced of this only a couple days after it was published. Avedum bonduivece. Let's see what we got. There's this lovely art that accompanied the publication there. There's this right here from Wikipedia, from an independent artist. gorgeous. Looks very Eoraptor-y, excuse me. Very much like Eoraptor. We've got another one right here.
Feeling a bit cheated? Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you,
How
Hugin.
accurate do you think the Pegomastax recreations are? And why do they make the poor thing look like a radioactive rat?
I don't remember what that critter is off the top of my head, Hugin. We can look at that in a minute. Thank you for the 100 bits, though. I appreciate it. If you want to know how much of this animal we have, it's not much. Yeah. We've got a bit of the ankle, a bit of the femoral head. We've got the femoral head, a bit of the femur there. Not very much. I really hope we're able to find some other dinosaur fossils from this locality, from this formation in Wyoming, because, again, having a keyhole to peer through into the Triassic period from Wyoming is super, super important. Yeah. Another illustration right here from Instagram. Well, not embiggened properly. And then we've got some garbage AI stuff too. Oh boy. Garbage. Basura. India Today, you should do better than this. Garbage. Anyhow, exciting stuff. And yeah, so this makes sense. I wouldn't think that this would be from an area where it's just beautiful bare rock as far as the eye can see. This kind of reminds me of fieldwork in, like, Idaho, where you might have just a few patches of outcrop in among vegetation on a hillside somewhere. And, like, in a particularly wet year, this might all get covered up by grass again. Yeah, interesting. But that is a picture of the site. Huh. And Neverwinter says, I wonder why no one has looked for or found dinosaurs in that formation before, especially in a place as well scoured as Wyoming. Probably because the outcrop is just not very extensive. And the pieces that they do have are really scrappy. Fragmentary. Yeah. I guess the short answer is there's so many richer sites in Wyoming to go to. There's so many places where you know you can find big, cool dinosaurs. You can go into the Lance Formation. You can go into the Morrison Formation. You can go into the Mesa Verde Formation, or even the Almond Formation, like my crew did over the past few years, and find really good stuff. This is presumably the first dinosaur from that formation there. So yeah. And Terminator Pig says, have you ever removed overburden rock and soil from a site you're working on? Almost every time, Terminator Pig, yeah. If we're going to establish a quarry where we're actually digging in, we have to remove overburden usually. So that's a typical thing. Normally we do that with picks and shovels, occasionally with something like a jackhammer. But yeah, it's usually hand tools that we're using. And it can be back-breaking work. It's often not easy, particularly if the rock is really hard. But it's worth it in the end. You've got to remove all that layer on top to get down to where the bones actually are, to get down to what we call the bone layer. Or informally, if we're trying to be funny, we'll call it the bone zone. But, yeah. Yeah, anywho. Very cool. So welcome to the world. Ivatum. Brand new basal sauropodomorph dinosaur. Back when sauropodomorphs still looked like theropods. Really interesting. Really interesting. I'd love to know how different this critter is from, like, Eoraptor. Given that the research team, I think, is based in Wisconsin, I'm sure they've got Eoraptor material in Chicago. If not the original stuff, they've got casts, or at least digital data. I'm sure they looked at that and compared them. It might even be here in the paper. Comparing it to Eoraptor. There we go. Yep. They certainly did. Yeah. So let's look at our phylogeny here. And there we go. Ivatum comes up next to Imbrisaurus, and then Bureolestes and Eoraptor. So, kind of a basal sauropodomorph. Very, very cool. Nice. Very cool. Anyhow, and ads are coming up soon. Yeah. If you want to avoid those ads, you can subscribe. You can even do it for free with a Twitch Prime sub if you have one handy. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you get one free Twitch sub every month, and you could use that to get an ad-free experience here on Paleontologizing if you so wish. Germsturm says, most of the time we're just waiting for the surface to erode and start showing fossils. Exactly. It may have been just under the surface and walked by 100 times before it was found. I kind of doubt that. I kind of doubt that anybody had really explored this area for dinosaur fossils. Wyoming is a big place, and there's very few people there. Wyoming is the least populous state in the United States. There's roughly 500,000 people who live in Wyoming. And Wyoming is what, like the size of England? Yeah. It's pretty sparsely populated. There are places you can go in Wyoming where you will not see another human being for days if you go out to a remote enough spot. Even if you're hiking for miles and miles. So yeah. And it's kind of incredible how little work has been done in certain areas like that, you know? Yeah. Terminator Pig says, I miss Wyoming. I do too sometimes, you know? Anyway, very cool. Welcome to the world, Ivatum. Our first new dinosaur of 2025, everybody. Exciting stuff. Now, shall we move on to our second new dinosaur of the year? All right. That should be... Excuse me. Our new ornithomimosaur from Central Asia. Here we go. There we are. A new ornithomimid theropod from the Upper Cretaceous Bisekti Formation of Uzbekistan. I don't even know if we have any press articles for this yet. Let's search real quick and see if we get anything. There are no items to show on Google News. Nothing on the paleontology section of Sci News yet. Nor on phys.org. So we're getting to this early. I doubt that we've got too much fossil material from this critter. But let's take a look. And it is, unfortunately, a paywalled journal. But it happens to be the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is the in-house journal for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, of which I'm a member, so we will still get to look at the paper today. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me pull up my JVP online access here. Member login. Go.
Access granted.
And there we go. Neuronithymimid dinosaur from the Upper Cretaceous Bisekti Formation of Uzbekistan. View PDF. There we go. So Uzbekistan, for those of you not in the know, is located here in between Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. It is a landlocked country in Central Asia. And there are some beautiful exposures of sedimentary rock there, many of them from the Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs. There have been more and more dinosaurs described from Uzbekistan recently, which is pretty exciting. It has been kind of a new frontier. I think they're mostly from the late Cretaceous. Yeah, and do I know when the physical journals get sent out? Sent up in August. I haven't seen Anissa's Chaotic Time Traveler. It might be at the very end of the year. I think they usually like send them out in a whole bunch, if I remember. But I don't know. I signed up not to get the physical journals anymore because they were just piling up, and if I want to access them, I'll just go online, you know? Yeah. So the Upper Cretaceous Turonian stage of the Bisekti Formation of the Kizilkum Desert, Uzbekistan, has yielded one of the most diverse assemblages of non-avian dinosaurs in the world. This assemblage includes sauropods, Carcharodontosaurians, Tyrannosauroids, Ornithomimosaurs, Alvarezsaurids, Oviraptorosaurs, Therizinosaurs, Troodontids, and Dromaeosaurids, a Hadrosauroid ornithopod, an Ankylosaurid, a Ceratopsoid, and potentially more. Skeletal remains of ornithomimids are the most common dinosaurian fossils in the Bisekti Formation, and were already included in fauna lists provided by Efremov in 1944, and Rodosvensky in 1964, Nezov in 1995, first described ornithomimid bones from the Bisekti Formation. He considered the Bisekti Formation of Uzbekistan coeval with the Iran-Debastu Formation of Inner Mongolia in China, and thus referred the Bisekti Tyrannosauroid and Hadrosauroid to texts it previously described from that formation. So, Nesov, let me find a picture of him. Yeah. Lev Nesov, maybe the best I can do. Here he is right here. So sort of a mid-century paleontologist who did a lot of work there. I don't know if is he Russian? He did some work in Uzbekistan and that part of the world. he ended up finding dinosaurs there in Uzbekistan, and he thought they were really similar to the dinosaurs from Mongolia. He thought they were from the same time, and he thought they looked similar enough that he basically just referred to them by those Mongolian dinosaur names. I think things like Tarbosaurus, probably Saurolophus, critters like that have also been found in Mongolia. He thus referred to the Bisecti, Tyrannosaurid, and Hadrosauroid taxa previously described from this formation, Electrosaurus and Gilmorosaurus, respectively. Okay, I got this wrong. Thus, it is not surprising that Nesov provisionally referred the Bisecti ornithomimid to Archaeornithomimus, which is based on Ornithomimus asiaticus from the Iron Debasu Formation of Mongolia. The holotype of Archaeornithomimus bisectensis is a juvenile femur. The species has been treated as a nomen dubium by recent authors. But now I guess they're re-describing it here, and they're saying, hey, this femur looks different enough that we're going to give it a new name. And so they call it Zaracursor. Zaracursor. I wonder if that's... Yeah. The generic name is derived from the locality Zarakuduk in Uzbekistan, and Latin cursor, runner. Let's see if we can figure out how to pronounce that properly. So, is Uzbek a language here? It is. Oh, but they don't have a pronunciation.
Scharakudek. Scharakudek.
Sarakuduk.
Scharakudek.
Okay, okay. But it does seem similar to, like, you know, Russian word Tsar, like ruler. I think it's derived from Caesar originally. But yeah, Zaracursor bisectensis. It's not the most exciting find in the world, I suppose. We've got a single femur here. A right femur of a juvenile. So this is a right thigh bone right here. There it is in 4 different views. Scratch that, 5 different views. Here's a ventral view of it. You're basically looking up at the knee right there. And then we've also got a left premax. There we go. So this is from the tip of the snout. And then right here, left quadrate. So this is one of the bones from the back of the skull. So it's not just a femur. We've got a few other bones too. We've got some verti stuff here. There we go. Cervical and dorsal neural arches. Very nice. So cervical vertebra right here, dorsal vertebra right there. So vertebra from the neck, vertebra from the back. And posterior dorsal neural arches. So these are vertebrae from near the back of the back, near to the hips. So okay, we've got more material than I thought. Synsacrum, so these are fused vertebrae inside kind of the hip structure there. This vertebrae in between the ilia, between those hip bones. And posterior caudal vertebra, so this is one of the tail vertebrae from further down the tail, toward the tip. And then right here, proximal end of the right ischium. So this is the near end of the hip bone that sticks out the back, the ischium. Okay, and fragments of tibia and astragalus. So tibia is one of the shin bones. Your main shin bone there is your tibia, the big one. Astragalus is one of the ankle bones. So, tibia, astragalus. Nice. Okay, we've got some, you know, more material than I thought. And interesting, it comes out so much more primitive compared to just a massive polytomy right here of all these other ornithomimids. Oh boy. Huh. we do know that this critter is a juvenile. At least that's what they're saying here in the paper. And so its placement here is more basal to the rest of these ornithomimids. Might well be because it's a juvenile. There's this concept that we have in paleontology. It might be particularly prevalent in dinopaleo and dinosaur paleontology.
Ontogeny.
Called stemward slippage. So stemward slippage, I'm not going to be able to find a good example of this visually, am I? And yeah, this is not correct. Once again, the AI overview here on Google is wrong. A phenomenon that occurs when fossils are distorted by decay. That is not true. It's not by decay. Not as I understand it. The way that we talk about it in dinosaur paleontology, stemward slippage means that when you code characters for a phylogeny of a juvenile specimen, it'll come out as more basal on the family tree. It'll look more primitive, like an earlier form, because it's a juvenile, because it's not done growing yet. It's going to look more primitive, less advanced, less derived, because it's not done developing. It's an individual organism that's still growing. Of course it's going to look more like the ancestor, you know? That's what it means. That's what I've always taken that phrase to mean. And so here we might be seeing that a little bit of that. Like, of course it's going to come out as more basal because it's a juvenile, you know? And here it's coming out as a sister taxon to Archaeornithomimus. I think they probably use two different methodologies here. A, analysis with all taxa, and B, analysis after deletion of unstable taxa. Yeah. Anyhow, Massive Polytomy could be the name of a mathcore band, says Mayor Space. It could be, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And, oh, Claire, okay, we can take a look at that after this. That might be excellent, actually. 4 minutes long, let's see.
If most fossils...
But here, what we're gonna do... oh yeah. Cladistics. So what we're talking about here, when we're looking at these family trees like this, what we're talking about is cladistics. This is a method that we use in paleontology. This is a method that biologists use when we're trying to figure out who's more closely related to whom. When we're trying to build a family tree based on their evolution. How do we do that? Well, here is a quick clip explaining this at a very, very basic level.
The method is called cladistics.
We've shown this before.
A systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
I know we've seen this before, but here it is again. Because sometimes repetition is a key to learning. Sometimes repetition is a key to learning.
The method is called cladistics. A systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other.
Diamwang says, can you say that again? Sure, Diamwang. Sometimes repetition is a key to learning.
Than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not.
So this is, think of this as a way to kind of take the characteristics of different living things and code them as numbers, and then put those numbers into a computer program so it spits out a family tree for you. That's what we're doing here.
These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs. And these two are closer still because only they have feathers.
Yep.
The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. Yep. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors.
So a good example of this would be like, I don't know, say that you've got 4 different critters. You want to figure out who's most closely related to whom. Let's say it's you, watching Twitch right now, and Sweetie Pie over there, and a chimpanzee, and an octopus. The different features that you choose as characteristics, are really important. Like, you got to choose them carefully. If you do something like, oh, well, green eyes. You and Sweetie Pie might both have green eyes. And you and the chimpanzee doesn't have green eyes. Are you most closely related to Sweetie Pie? No, you're actually closer to the chimpanzee. And the octopus has eyes too. If that octopus has green eyes, then like, shoot, that makes it. You'll end up with a tree that just doesn't make any sense. Where you and the octopus and Sweetie Pie are more closely related to each other, and the chimpanzee is the outgroup there. You got to make sure you choose those characters, those characteristics, wisely. Choose things that actually make sense, things that are actually informative, you know? So you might do the presence of, say, an opposable thumb, which you and the chimpanzee both have. We as human beings, of course, are very closely related to chimpanzees. We shared a common ancestor like 6 million years ago. Very recently in the grand scheme of things. Sweetie Pie does not have opposable thumbs. I checked. She doesn't. But she does have fur, and so if we use like fur or hair as another one of those things, then you get you next to the chimpanzee. A little bit further out is Sweetie Pie, who also has fur. Octopus, no fur or hair. It's the outgroup there. And you've essentially hit upon the correct answer. Like, that actually reflects the interrelatedness of these living things and who's more closely related to whom.
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus.
That makes sense?
Big fella, isn't he?
Salvar, thank you for the follow.
70 feet long.
Welcome.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Good stuff. And the group of species who have bones is a good group. There you go, Mayor of Space. The octopus don't got no bones. It's the out group there. You know? So Jacques Gauthier is kind of explaining this process.
We'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors.
Yep.
You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers. Because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
Sure.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles. The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And so you take those characteristics, things like presence or absence of fur or hair, and that might be a 1 or it might be a 0. You work that stuff out. It's arbitrary whether you make it a 1 or a 0 or whatever, but you just make sure that it's consistent across all of them. And then you plug those 1s and 0s into the computer, and then you end up with...
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. Yep. And birds are the continuation of that line.
So, this is a huge part of fossil science. Since we don't have DNA from dinosaurs, DNA doesn't last nearly that long. It's a really fragile kind of molecule. It degrades very quickly, usually within about 1 million years. We don't have any DNA from any of the Mesozoic dinosaurs, dinosaurs from the age of dinosaurs. So what we have to do is come up with a character matrix based on the morphology of those bones. So we take very careful measurements of these bones. We try and find features on them that seem like they're informative, things that actually matter. And then we run that cladistic analysis in the computer, and then we get a family tree like this. And there's lots of ways to mess it up. There are lots of ways to mess it up, but if you do it right, it could be a really useful tool for trying to figure out who's more closely related to whom. Does that make sense? Cladistics, you know? One of these days, we'll do a big cladistic stream, and I'll see if I can even have, like, an activity that you could do at home as you follow along. We can code different characters, and then we can run them through a program and spit out a result. But, that won't be today. Anyhow. And welcome, Savar. Savar says, this stream is so nice, thank you for this. You bet. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. We're talking about 2 brand new dinosaurs just published this week. Our first new dinosaurs of 2025. This one we're talking about right now, our second one, is Zaracursor bisectensis, from the Bisekti Formation of Uzbekistan. If you want to look at the character taxon matrix, all those 1s and 0s, all those characteristics that they coded into the computer, that's actually available as a file here in the supplementary figures.doc. Supplementary materials. Here we go. You get the idea. Cool stuff. So, let's see here what kind of reconstructions we have of this dinosaur so far. When a new dinosaur gets named, people get excited, and they start producing art of it pretty quickly. And we already have this from DeviantArt. Charming. I like that. Nice. This is an ornithomimid. Ornithomimosaur. They've got pretty distinctive femurs, so it's pretty much a slam dunk that this is what this is. The other bones that we have are consistent with Ornithomimosaur too. So these are often called the ostrich dinosaurs because they look fairly ostrich-like. There's a model of an ornithomimid that I have right here. It should have feathers. This model was produced before we realized that these critters had feathers. But, yeah, really nice. This is one of my favorite reconstructions of an ornithomimosaur. If you were to ask 10 different dinosaur workers, 10 different dinosaur paleontologists, what was the fastest dinosaur? 7 or 8 of them would probably say an ornithomimid. These guys are probably the fastest dinosaurs. They've got those long, leggy legs. They've got a very long shin and foot compared to their femur. And it doesn't always work, but a nice rule of thumb is that if you've got a really long shin and foot compared to your thigh, you're probably a fast runner. As far as animals go. Well, animals are the only creatures that have shins, but you know what I mean. When we're looking at comparing different species of animal, that's a nice kind of shorthand to try and figure out who would have been faster than whom. Because that helps with stride length like that. and typically the longer the stride, the faster you are when you're trying to run. All other things being equal, you know? And it is kind of a road runner there, Scoobs. Yeah. Yeah. Marika says it looks as fluffy as my cat. We do know that these guys did have feathers. Yeah. That's how you gauge your girlfriends. Very nice, Kilnu. Does that work? You're selecting for the fastest girlfriend. To each their own. And Tactile says, no, I think Pterodactylus is faster. You already know, Tactile, that pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. They're flying reptiles. They're not dinosaurs. So we know that these guys had feathers because of fossil discoveries like this, which is pretty exciting.
So it's the discovery of the skeleton of this adult ornithomimid in 2008 that first alerted us to the presence of feathers in these animals. A lucky break during field excavation revealed the presence of dark gray streaks made of carbon located along the back of the animal. And these streaks were very similar to the proto-feathers seen in many dinosaurs from China. So once brought back into the prep lab,
this one's from Canada, by the way,
revealed that those streaks actually occur all along the back of the animal as well as along the ventral side of the animal.
Very cool.
These streaks are very different from the modern feathers that people are familiar with, where there's a shaft and a vein. These feathers here are much more similar to down feathers, which are very hair-like and very fluffy in appearance. So all of those streaks there, those filamentous down-like feathers, are closely applied against the body and were probably used to keep the animal warm. The skeleton of this juvenile ornithomimid was discovered in 2009, 1 year after the discovery of the first feathered ornithomimid. So during preparation, great care was taken to make sure that feathers would be preserved if they were present.
That's actually really lucky that, yeah, the previous year they found I think an adult ornithomimid with feathers, and then they had this one too. It's a juvenile, and they're like, oh shoot, we got to be really careful when we're cleaning this in the laboratory, that we don't prep through the feathers, we don't accidentally destroy them. Because that's the thing, is normally you're just removing rock from around the bone. You might dig straight through the feathers there. So they took care not to do that.
And indeed, we were fortunate. Feathers were preserved all the way from the base of the neck all the way to the hip region. And just like in the other ornithomimid, feathers...
Look at that beautiful skull, by the way. Just gorgeous. Really nice.
All the way from the base of the neck all the way to the hip region. And just like in the other ornithomimid, feathers were preserved as those filamentous down-like feathers, but preservation was different this time. The feathers were preserved as impressions inside an iron-rich coating that covers the entire side of the animal. The fact that those down-like feathers were closely applied against the body of the animal tells us that those feathers were probably used to keep the animal warm. Unlike the other specimen, which does not preserve evidence of modern-looking feathers, the skeleton of this adult ornithomimid preserves markings on its forelimb that were formed by the shafts of modern-type feathers.
Yeah. Beautiful. See those right there?
And distribution of these markings is consistent with the arrangement of feathers on the wing of modern birds. So these markings are proof that adult ornithomimids possessed primitive wings. These feathered ornithomimids are important because they tell us a new story about the origin of wings. The fact that wings are present only in adults and are not found in young individuals tells us that the first wings probably did not evolve in association with flight, but they probably evolved for sexual display and reproductive behaviors.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, here, I'll give you a link to that video right there. It's from Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta, Canada. There we go. And yep, Lenina, you got that right. Yeah, Marika says, what's that neck pose called? Lots of fossils have it. I'm talking about this neck pose right here with the neck kind of tightly curved backward like that. Just over the dorsal vertebrae. We call this the epistotonic posture. Yeah, which, oh boy, some babies with that, but there's the same specimen right there. Yeah. Fossil, there we go. See this in dinosaurs like Caudipteryx. You see it in tyrannosaurs. You see it in Coelophysoids. Here it is in Compsognathus. Here it is in the big sauropod right here. Yeah. And some of your most famous dinosaur fossils have this. Like the Berlin Archaeopteryx. You got that epistotonic posture like that. So there's a few different ideas as to how this happens. And it could be that some ideas work for certain circumstances and some work for others, but one of the ideas, kind of the classic one, is that this is something that happens during decomposition. That as the animal's carcass is decaying, rigor mortis sets in. And the ligaments along the back of the neck shrivel up and shrink and kind of pull the neck back like that. That's kind of an older idea, and it's starting to fall out of favor, as I understand it. In a lot of cases, it might be that the animal literally died via drowning, because when a critter drowns, especially like a warm-blooded animal, you know, as it's kind of gasping for breath, its body just kind of naturally does that. But also, if the carcass is floating in flowing water, then sometimes the head just kind of flops back as it's being carried along by the current there. You can get that kind of, the loose bits kind of flop. It's an ongoing discussion. And there's different researchers have different opinions about this. If you remember tomorrow, let's ask Dave about it. I don't know if I'll put that on my official questions list, but if you want to ask him about epistotonic posture, he actually published a paper on this not too long ago. Well, let's see when. Dinosaur epistotonic posture. Oh shoot, maybe it wasn't Dave. Am I getting this mixed up? Yeah, no, Kevin Padian. Shoot. Kevin Padian published this. Cynthia Marshall-Bowe and Kevin Padian. They argue it is not post-mortem contraction, but perimortem muscle spasms resulting from various afflictions of the central nervous system that cause these extreme postures. That is, epistotonic posture is the result of death throes, not post-mortem processes. So that pose happens during the animal's death rather than after death. And individuals so afflicted assume the posture before death, not afterward. There we go. The clinical literature has long recognized that such afflicted individuals perish from asphyxiation, lack of nourishment or essential nutrients, environmental toxins, or viral infections, among other causes. But yeah, if you're interested in this, here is a link. Yeah. And, well, shoot, here's the paper. There you go. I think it might not normally be open access, but if it's not, there's the paper for you. Yeah, and there's some examples of that epistotonic posture. We saw some of these already. Archaeopteryx, Compsognathus, Struthiomimus. I think this is Caudipteryx. Shoot, we saw 4 of these 5 already. And then this looks like an Oviraptorosaur right here. Camarasaurus, a Tyrannosaur, another Tyrannosaur. So yeah, cool stuff. And then we get it in other critters too, like Plesiosaurs. Whoever this is, some kind of non-dinosaur reptile. Pterosaur. Yeah. More pterosaurs. Anyway, interesting stuff. So, everything you could hope to learn about epistotonic posture. That paper there, if you're interested in it. Anyhow, good stuff. Anyhow, and Sasquatch says, is this stream only about published stuff, or can we talk about other new stuff? I mean, we dig up fossils live on stream, and those are certainly not published during the summer. I tend to try and stick to more published papers because they've actually been vetted, they've been peer-reviewed, but we also do interviews with other paleontologists on stream, and sometimes we talk about unpublished stuff. Yeah, but for the most part, in fossil science, if something isn't published yet, it might as well not exist, you know? Publications are kind of the currency of our science. So if it's not published, I don't often feel comfortable talking about it just because it's often considered bad manners not to talk about things that aren't published yet because you don't want to get anybody scooped. And also, if it hasn't gone through peer review, there's less reason to be confident that it's legit. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it's hush-hush. Sometimes, Ms. Outruled, yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Germsturm says, when I first caught a stream here and heard the dirter sound, I was so happy because I'd never heard it anywhere outside that show. I mean, yeah. It's funny, I talked to Kevin about that a few months ago. He has no recollection of this. He's like, yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember saying that. Here.
Berkeley
There we go.
paleontologist Kevin Padian is an expert on the evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
So, Kevin published the paper we were just looking at.
Pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake. And it's just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's this bone comes from the upper arm like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, how are you doing?
Ontogeny.
What's your... Did you hear there were treats to be had here? Did you hear such a thing? Did Sweetie Pie tell you, perhaps, that you might find treats here? Yeah. It's true. There are treats here. Do you want some, Sweetie Pie? Mini Pie? Excuse me. Don't mean to be getting your name wrong. Yeah. Anywho, for anybody who's new here, this is Mini Pie. She's one of my landlords here in the house where I live, and I gotta make sure that she gets paid. You want some treats, Mini Pie? You're just chilling for right now. Okay. If you're just chilling, that's fine. Let's take a look at that video that Claire posted for us. And yeah, didn't I meet her at SVP this year? Yeah, I think so. How do they fill in the rest of a dinosaur? A very serious skit. Let's take a look.
Specimens are incomplete. How do...
Here we go.
If most fossil specimens are incomplete, how do paleontologists know when they've discovered a new animal? And how on earth do they know what the rest of the animal looked like? There is a reason why most short-form pop science communicators never touch these topics, and it is not that Big Dinosaur is hiding some kind of truth from you. The answer is that these topics are some of the most boring and inaccessible in all of vertebrate paleontology, and they don't make good content. But I'm gonna...
It's kind of true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you found the treat that Sweetie Pie left, huh? Mini Pie. Yeah, she was not very thorough in her treat eating. And now you get to reap the rewards of that, huh? Yeah, here, let's get you some more. Want some more treats? Ooh, yeah. Look at those. Whoa. 6 of them. And I just reminded myself of something. 6 of them. Oh, good stuff, Mini Pie. Good stuff. Treats. 6 of them. You content now? You satisfied? Yeah? Oh. Alright, I'll see you later. Well, here we go. Treats. 6 of them.
Well, let's look at the contract ourselves, eh? Benefits, perks, a green cookie on St. Patrick's Day. Oh, it didn't used to be this way, Smithers. No, it didn't used to be this way at all.
Oh, boy.
Come on, crack those atoms. You, turn out those pockets. Atoms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them. Take him away.
You can't treat the working man this way. One day we'll form a union and get the fair and equitable treatment we deserve. Then we'll go too far and get corrupt and shiftless. And the Japanese will eat us alive.
The Japanese? Those sandal-wearing goldfish tenders? Bosh, flimshaw. If only we had listened to that boy instead of walling him up in the abandoned coke oven.
If only. Anywho. Here, let's get back to this video. Because this is good stuff. And again, I'm really glad that Astrid put this together. This is really cool. Let's take a look.
If if most fossil specimens are incomplete, how do paleontologists know when they've discovered a new animal? And how on earth do they know what the rest of the animal looked like? There is a reason why most short-form pop science communicators never touch these topics, and it is not that Big Dinosaur is hiding some kind of truth from you. The answer is that these topics are some of the most boring and inaccessible in all of vertebrate paleontology, and they don't make good content. But I'm gonna...
And they're really contentious, too, to the point where, like, it just makes people's eyes glaze over that you get these heated arguments among specialists over such minutia. I'm kind of eager to see how she's going to make this interesting and intuitive for a lay audience.
Gonna try to make content about it in the most entertaining way possible. Enjoy. Hey, check out this bone I found. It's from a brand new dinosaur unknown to science, so I'm gonna give it a new species name and a new genus name. Whoa, not so fast, buddy. That looks just like the equivalent bone on Drinking Cuppus hydrationii, which somebody else already discovered like 40 years ago. Well, I think these are different. I don't have to believe you if you can't prove it. Alright, on my specimen, the width of the glebe-glorp is about 90% the width of the spoogle, whereas on the Drinking Cuppus bone, the glebe-glorp is only 70% the width of the spoogle. Also, the glebe-spugular length is much greater relative to width on my bone than on the equivalent bone from Drinking Cuppus. What about the equivalent bone on water bottle derby sticker eye? This is definitely not water bottle. It doesn't have the defining spugular flimble or the radial glepular processes. Plus, water bottle's spoogle is narrower than its glebe-glorp. That's pretty compelling, but I'm still not convinced this isn't just a mutant individual of genus Drinking Cuppus. Can you find any other completely unique traits that no other animals have? These are called autapomorphies. Actually, yes, it's also got this really deep indentation on the glepular end, whereas Drinking Cuppus has a much shallower indentation, and water bottle lacks this feature entirely. One of these unique features could be a sign of a messed up individual, but taken all together, it's much more likely that these are evolved traits on a completely new animal. Also, according to our super smart geologist friends, the rock my specimen was found in is 5 million years younger than the localities of any specimen of water bottle or Drinking Cuppus. Congratulations, you have passed peer review. Great! Hey everybody, check out my new dinosaur, Para-Drinking Cuppus corporate pridei. The type specimen consists only of a single bone, so to draw the rest of the animal, I had to refer to the more complete specimens of what we believe are its closest relatives. Its closest relative, Drinking Cuppus hydrationii, was found with legs and a tail, so I copied those for my artwork, but I made the whole thing a little skinnier because the one bone from Para-Drinking Cuppus is skinnier than the same bone on Drinking Cuppus. And then, Drinking Cuppus has never been found with a head preserved, but there's one specimen of its next closest relative, Water Bottle Derby Sticker Eye,
this is brilliant.
with a really well-preserved skull, so I based the head in my drawing on that. What if you're wrong? In a lot of ways I probably am, but this drawing is way closer to being accurate than if I'd just made random guesses. What if it was actually more closely related to Cardboard Boxicus? That's technically possible, but for all of these unique features to have evolved to look so much like the other Drinking Cuppids out of a close relative of Cardboard Boxicus would require not just a big coincidence, but multiple big coincidences.
So it doesn't really pass the whole Occam's razor thing. It's not parsimonious to say, oh, well, maybe these are all convergently evolved features. You know, it requires many more leaps of logic to argue that than the simpler explanation that, like, oh yeah, these things are probably more closely related because they look really similar.
So it just doesn't make sense to argue for that against the interpretation that requires fewer weird leaps unless there's really strong other evidence that turns up. What if it had wings? As far as we know, wings have only evolved 4 times ever, and there's no evidence to suggest they ever evolved in the containerids, or even the containeroids if we stretch the group really far out to include distant relatives like Cardboard Boxicus. As a science communicator, it sometimes feels like the general public can take a very black and white view of, like, are these 100% certain final answers, or are they made-up random guesses? When in fact, there is a lot of middle ground between 100% certain final answers that will never change and made-up nonsense. And in fact, that middle ground is what we call science.
Yep. That's fantastic. Here's a link. Video right here. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe right here. Astrid Lundberg. This is their channel here. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's... I'm really glad that they're doing this work. These are... If the rest of the videos are like this is superb. It's really difficult to find good short-form science content. Well, no, I take that back. It's not really difficult to find it, it's just there's so much garbage on YouTube Shorts. So much anti-science nonsense that we need every person we can get, like Astrid here, fighting the good fight, putting out good science content, especially on YouTube Shorts. Oh boy. Yeah. I've got a... Oh boy. This isn't really on YouTube Shorts, I guess, but...
aren't. So things like...
Pause, YouTube. We watched this video a couple weeks ago.
That right there is the toe bone from a baby dinosaur. And I'm holding it because I'm finally learning the truth about dinosaurs. I've loved dinosaurs since I was a kid, but it turns out that a lot of what I thought I knew is actually wrong. Or at least...
Yep. Excellent video, and I'll give you a link to this too. The reason I bring this up is I keep getting notifications here of people replying to the comment that I left here on the video. 44 replies! Holy cow. I said, dinosaur paleontologist here. I gotta say, this is absolutely one of the best science communication videos I've seen in a long time. What a wonderful, concise, accurate, and entertaining primer on modern dinosaur science. And you can bet I'll be recommending this video to folks who want a quick reintroduction to dinosaurs. Thank you for making my job easier. 7.4 thousand likes. That's pretty awesome, actually. That might be... Well, it's not the most liked comment, but it's up there. Might be second. Yeah. And the highlighted reply here... Oh, boy. Oh, YouTube. They say, read the Bible, bro. Find some meaning in Lige.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah. Anyway, there's a bunch of other comments like that. Here's a nice one from Claire. And Gravity, and yeah, we've got some other people from Twitch right here. But yeah. Yeah. Several people saying hi, Ross. Is that a reference to the show Friends? Oh boy. Yeah. And this is somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, and they're frustrated about it. A real-life dinosaurologist? Yeah. I don't know, just a lot of really... I'm gonna read some of these, but some of them are just really negative and nasty for no reason. You know? And this... It's really frustrating to me when people ask something where it's like, they say, do you have a channel? They went through all the effort to type that out when they could have just gone and clicked on it. It's like, that literally is my channel. Just, you know, right here, just click on it, you know? Yeah. Frustrating. Frustrating.
Old dinosaurs. Actually,
where did the thing go to show more replies? Is that hidden because I've embiggened the page? Highlighted reply. Where's the show more replies? Oh boy. This page is borked.
lizard-like creature.
Alright, refresh. And 44 replies. There we go. Oh, this is cool. Oh wait, I think some people were replying to my post thinking they were replying to the video, but I'm not sure. I don't know if this person is talking to me or trying to talk to Cleo Abram from the video, but yeah. I'm not the one making a mistake here, am I? No, I totally am. I made a goof there. I was looking at replies to her rather than replies to my post. To my, my comment. Anywho. Yeah. How did this become a highlighted reply? Read the Bible, bro. Find some meaning in Lige. Probably paid for it. Is that a feature on YouTube? Can you? I don't think you can pay to have a comment highlighted. Oh, you clicked on the notification. That's it, Scorch Hellfire. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time looking at YouTube comments because they're usually just bottom of the barrel garbage. Like, I don't know. Well, and to be fair, most YouTube comments are probably written by 9-year-olds. Or 89-year-olds. But yeah. And there we go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, I've been getting other notifications about... Anytime I leave a reply anywhere on YouTube, anywhere I leave a comment, you just get people with... Like, here we go. Here's that video with the paleontologically accurate velociraptors, aka Deinonychus. Here is 89 replies to this. That's nuts. Jeez. Yeah, this person says, nah, not a perfect counter. You people keep trying to ruin dinosaurs by insisting they're just big chickens. Dumb AF. I agree, you are pretty dumb there. Anyway. Yeah. And this person replies, congratulations, you grew up to be the annoying kid at the beginning of this movie. No, actually, the kid at the beginning of the movie said they were just 6-foot turkeys, which is exactly what you people are trying to turn them into. We're not trying to turn anything into anything. We're trying to figure out how these animals actually looked and behaved and what they were like, you know? Yeah. Anyway, and I think these people just get into like a flame war in here. If there's... That might be where the 89 replies come from. Yeah. No, that's totally it. Yeah. Yeah. this person, very wise person, says, "We're all agree that dinosaurs are not scary. We're all agree that dinosaurs are not scary. There is no debate here. A baby will love them. Adults will smile. Shark are scary. Dolphin are not. That's nature. But they can be dangerous. Hippopotamus are very dangerous, but they are so cute." What? I don't know. You know what this reminds me of? Does anybody remember Yahoo Answers from back in the day?
How is baby formed? How is baby formed? How girl get pregnant? They need to do weigh-in stain mother. Who killed their babbies because these babby can't fricks back? It was on the news this morning. A mother in who had killed her 3 kids.
What?
They are taking the 3 babby back to New York to lady to rest. My Barry are with the father who lost his children. I am truly sorry for your lots.
Yeah. YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, Girder. There, we watched this a little while ago, and people keep sending this to me, which is cool because it is really, really neat. The
Ontogeny.
Well, we'll watch it one more time. We might use this to segue into Thursday Birds Day, actually. Yeah. Here. This is taking the raptors in the kitchen scene from the 1993 film Jurassic Park, and then making the raptors scientifically accurate according to our current understanding of how these animals actually looked, behaved. You know, for instance, that they had feathers all over their bodies, which I think makes them all the more scary. This is done by one guy, by the way. Incredible work.
Just the 2 raptors, right? You sure the 3rd one's contained?
Yes. Unless they figured out how to open doors.
And there's even some neat changes in here, like rather than using the hands to open the door, the animal's using its mouth. So we know they couldn't actually like go like this with their hands. Their wrists don't pronate like that.
Jimmy, what is it?
Deinonychus.
There's a part 2 to this that we'll watch immediately after. So, but for those of you who haven't seen the first part, that's what we're watching. incredible when you think that the work of one person doing all this compositing, all this animation. It's remarkable what one passionate, creative, talented person can do nowadays with the tools available. There were hundreds of people whose work went into shooting this scene originally. Now one guy can take that and make it scientifically accurate. Just remarkable. Plus 140.90. Yeah, probably Hugh. And they rendered well too. Exactly, Salamander. It doesn't look chintzy. It's remarkable. I mean, just exquisite. Here is a link to that right here in the chat for you. This is from 2 weeks ago, and now as of this week, I believe. There we go. This is done in Blender. Very nice. Jurassic Park was scientifically accurate. Raptors Part 2. This does have spoilers for the 1993 film Jurassic Park. So if you've not yet seen this 30-year-old movie, you might want to tune out for the next minute or so. Here. Well, there you go. Oh, I guess no spoilers necessary. Here, yeah, be aware that you know, the Deinonychus eat all of our human protagonists in the movie, and then they lived happily ever after. Yeah. Anyhow. Love that there's a nictitating member. I know, right? Mommy does. It's so good. It's so good. And I mean, this is just... That's kind of terrifying. Just this view right here. Like, that's legitimately scary. And it's significantly scarier than the original. Like, that's deeply unsettling. And you can see the nictitating membranes go across right there. Look. Look at this. Just like in modern birds or in crocodilians. Both sides of the old EPB. There we go. There it is in a croc. Yeah. So, crocodilians have this today. Birds have this today. So given that both birds and crocs have it, we know that crocs have it. We know that birds have it. We could be pretty darn confident that non-bird dinosaurs would have had it too. Using extant phylogenetic bracketing, either side of them on our cladogram, on our evolutionary tree, they have it. Dinosaurs almost certainly had it too. There's no reason to think that they didn't. It would be unusual if they did not. Isolated says, what's the purpose of a nictitating membrane versus just blinking? So, it's a clear eyelid. So crocs actually use this when they're underwater. It's like goggles. Birds use this too. Something like a peregrine falcon, when they go into a stoop, into a really steep dive like that, as they're busy being the fastest animal that's ever lived, as far as we know, they pull those nictitating membranes across, and it's like a goggle to keep the wind out of their eyes. Pretty darn cool. Pretty darn cool. And Savar says, we need it too. Well, mammals typically don't have it anymore. Or if we do, it's vestigial. Here, take a look at this.
You know that little pink thing nestled in the corner of your eye? It's actually the remnant of a third eyelid. Known as the plica semilunaris, it's much more prominent in birds and a few mammals, and functions like a windshield wiper to keep dust and debris out of their eyes. But in humans, it doesn't work. It's vestigial.
And so of course, it's got like a special name in human anatomy, like many things do. Human anatomy is so confusing. It's like, just use the terminology that we use for every other tetrapod. Why does everything have to have a special cute name, you know?
Meaning it no longer serves its original purpose.
Anyway.
There are several other vestigial structures, like the plica semilunaris, in the human body. Most of these became vestigial long before Homo sapiens existed, quietly riding along from one of our ancestor species to the next. But why have they stuck around for so long? To answer...
We gotta talk about evolution. Yeah. And Mommy Does says, if you've ever seen a dog with cherry eye, my dog, Valentina, my Cocker Spaniel, she had cherry eye pretty prominently.
Answer this question, it helps to understand natural selection. Natural selection simply means that traits which help an organism survive and reproduce in a given environment are more likely to make it to the next generation. As the environment changes, traits that were once useful can become harmful. Those traits are often selected against, meaning they gradually disappear from the population. But if a trait isn't actively harmful, it might not get selected against and stick around even though it isn't useful. Take the tailbone. Evolutionary biologists think that as the climate got drier and grasslands popped up, our tail-bearing ancestors left the trees and started walking on land. The tails that had helped them in the trees began to disrupt their ability to walk on land. So, individuals with mutations that reduced the length of their tails became more successful at life on land, surviving long enough to pass their short tails on to the next generation.
And it's not even quite like that, where like here you see the monkey gets all tied up in a knot in its tail. It doesn't have to be that dramatic. It can just be like, well, you know, growing a tail adds a few extra days during development, and so a pregnancy is a little bit longer. If you can, you know, get that fetus out into the world 2 days earlier or something, that might proffer a huge advantage. So like getting rid of superfluous things like a tail during development might give you a big leg up there. Also, it requires fewer resources. Like, you don't have to develop this tail with all of these bones in it and everything. It's less likely that things will go wrong during the development of that part of the body if you just get rid of it, you know? And holy cow, Bag of Silly, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Silly, it's great to have you here.
The 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Silly. For your raid. How did your stream go? You've arrived just in time for Thursday Birds Day, Bag of Silly. Silly herself is deeply interested in birds. So I'm really glad you're here, Silly. Welcome. Hope your stream was an excellent one. You were doing something called Heavy Rain. I don't know what that is, but I hope it was fun. We were just talking about nictitating membranes. Have you seen this, by the way, Silly? These somebody called Coolio Art on YouTube has taken the original Jurassic Park scenes with the velociraptors, actually Deinonychus, and made them scientifically accurate according to our current understanding, with feathers. The reason why we're talking about nictitating membranes is because of this. You can actually see Coolio Art has animated in the nictitating membranes, those horizontal transparent eyelids, like we see in modern birds and in crocodilians. So we're just watching a quick video on, what's the deal with nictitating membranes, and why do we have a vestigial structure like that? Well, spoiler, it's a vestigial nictitating membrane. Anywho, PyScam, it's good to have you here. I recognize you from iOS channel, PyScam. Welcome, welcome. Good stuff.
Your eye, it's actually the remnant of a third eyelid, known as the plica semilunaris.
Open your third eyelid, man. Come on, man.
It's much more prominent in birds and a few mammals, and functions like a windshield wiper to keep dust and debris out of their eyes. But in humans, it doesn't work. It's vestigial, meaning it no longer serves its original purpose.
So it's kind of an evolutionary leftover, so to speak.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thank you, Casmeo Black, for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping this channel going with your subscription. I appreciate it.
There are several other vestigial structures, like the plica semilunaris, in the human body. Most of these became vestigial long before Homo sapiens existed, quietly riding along from one of our ancestor species to the next. But why have they stuck around for so long? To answer this question, it helps to understand natural selection. Natural selection simply means that traits which help an organism survive and reproduce in a given environment are more likely to make it to the next generation.
So we talked all about natural selection yesterday.
As the environment changes, traits that were once useful can become harmful.
Thunder Ray, I want a spare eyelid.
Often
you have
selected
one.
Against,
it just doesn't work anymore.
They gradually disappear from the population. But if a trait isn't actively harmful, it might not get selected against and stick around even though it isn't useful.
That's the case with our little remnant of the nictitating membrane, which is called the, what? Semilunaris pileus, whatever?
Take the tailbone. Evolutionary biologists think that as the climate got drier and grasslands popped up, our tail-bearing ancestors left the trees and started walking on land. The tails that had helped them in the trees began to disrupt their ability to walk on land. So, individuals with mutations that reduced the length of their tails became more successful at life on land, surviving long enough to pass their short tails on to the next generation. The change was likely gradual, over millions of years, until about 20 million years ago, our ancestors' external tails disappeared altogether. Today, we know human embryos have tails that dissolve as the embryo develops, but the stubby tailbone sticks around, probably because it doesn't cause any harm. In fact, it serves a more minor function as the anchor point for certain other muscles. Up to 85% of people have a vestigial muscle called the palmaris longus. To see if you do, put your hand down on a flat surface and touch your pinky to your thumb. If you see a little band pop up in the middle of your wrist, that's the tendon that attaches to this now defunct muscle.
Interesting. So let's try this right now with the desk cam. I'm going to put my hand down on a flat surface and touch my pinky to my thumb.
And we'll touch your pinky to your thumb. If you see a little band pop up in the middle of your wrist, that's the tendon that attaches to this now defunct muscle.
So let's try that here. Let's see. touch my pinky to my thumb. You ready? I got nothing. Yeah. Nothing. So I do not have this vestigial structure, but some of you will have that. Who in the chat has got it? Let me know. You've got it, Lady Fiend? Dinosaur Dave? We should do a poll here, Terminator Pig. That's a great idea. It's been ages since we've done a poll. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have the Palmaris longus? Yes. No. And let's do a 1-minute poll starting now. Let's see here. And Ms. Art Rule says, what is that useful, I wonder? It's not useful anymore. That's the point. That's why we're talking about it. Is that it's vestigial. So a vestigial structure is something that's no longer useful. It used to be, and now it's no longer useful. It's not necessarily harmful. It's just kind of neutral. It's just there. It's a leftover, you know? Yeah. So yeah. I'm an older model, says Kojiro. I'm a derived man, says Alexander Morrison. Me too, apparently. And here, 56% of respondents are saying yes. Interesting. Interesting.
Other muscles. Up to 85% of people have a vestigial
Oh, wow. Okay.
muscle called the palmaris longus. To see if you do, put your hand down on a...
So yeah, we just did that, and about 56% of people said that they had it. Yeah.
Trace its... In this case, the fact that not everyone has it has helped us trace its function.
Yep.
Vestigial traits can persist when there's no incentive to lose them. But since there's also no incentive to keep them, random mutations will sometimes still eliminate them from part of the population. Looking at our primate relatives, we can see that the palmaris longus is sometimes absent in those that spend more time on the land, but always present in those that spend more time in trees.
Interesting. Interesting. So in arboreal species of primate, they've all got it. They've all got the palmaris longus. And more terrestrial primates, they don't have it anymore. Interesting.
So, we think it used to help us swing from branch to branch and became unnecessary when we moved down to land. The appendix, meanwhile, may once have been part of the intestinal system our ancestors used for digesting plant materials. As their diets changed, those parts of the intestinal system began to shrink. Unlike other vestigial structures, though, the appendix isn't always harmless. It can become dangerously inflamed. For most of human history, a burst appendix could be a death sentence. So why did it stick around? It's possible that it was very slowly on its way out, or that mutations simply hadn't arisen to make it smaller. Or maybe it has other benefits. For example, it might still be a reservoir of bacteria that helps us break down food.
So this is probably one of those things we don't understand all that well at present, you know?
But the fact is, we're not really sure why the appendix persists. Evolution is an imperfect process. Human beings are the result of millions of years of trial, error, and random chance. And we're full of evolutionary relics to remind us of that. No organs evolve faster and into more varied shapes than those involved in procreation.
Yep. Anywho. Oh, I'll give you a link to that video right there. Good stuff. Yeah. And then here is a link to this one, too. Jurassic Park was scientifically accurate Raptors Part 2. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. When we're talking about nictitating membranes, crocs have them, birds have them, dinosaurs certainly would have had them too. At least ancestrally. Maybe certain dinosaurs got rid of nictitating membranes for whatever reason, but that would be a derived trait, a specially evolved new thing to not have it. Ancestrally, we've got every reason to think that dinosaurs did have this by default. Anyhow, as we talk about quite often on this channel, birds are living dinosaurs. Birds evolved from two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs, so thus birds are a kind of dinosaur. And that's something that we celebrate almost every Thursday here on Paleontologizing. We call it Thursday Birds Day. And Thursday Birds Day starts right now. Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Oh, sorry about that. Wrong button. Happy Thursday Birds Day, everybody. Let's jump into those Discord submissions here. And Nerduino, hello to you. Welcome back, Nerduino. Can we get a shout out for Nerduino, who also does science outreach here on Twitch? Excellent stuff. I hope you're doing well, Nerduino. It's good to see you. Our first post of the day from Dr. Irrefutable. We've got some Meleagris gallopavo, do we? Turkey. Very cool. Neat critters. I love turkeys. I think they're really, really cool animals. And let's look them up on our Tree of Life here. Genus Meleagris here. There we go. Wild turkey. Meleagris gallopavo. They're closely related to the ocellated turkey. And then 2 grouse over here, and snow partridges, ptarmigans, and other grouse, prairie chickens, etc. Pretty neat. It's a good way to start off the stream. I'm particularly fond of turkeys because... Oh, shoot. This is a diagram that I put together. Most of you have seen this a million times. But the Your Turkey is a Dinosaur diagram. Turkeys are the reason why we talk about the dinosaur bird link from stem to stern every November. And I'm looking forward to doing some even more in-depth stuff. Maybe this year will be the year I get hold of a turkey skeleton that we can assemble live on stream and talk about all of these different bits of their osteology, their skeletal morphology that we can trace back to their dinosaur ancestry. At least here in the U.S., turkey is a big thing. Turkey as a flesh product that people consume. It's a big thing in the United States in November around the Thanksgiving holiday. It's Theropod Dissection Day. Late November. The 4th Thursday in November here in the United States. And, yeah, anyway. It's the one day of the year when Americans have got turkey anatomy on the brain. And it's a wonderful opportunity to talk about how birds evolved from dinosaurs. So I'm going to try and get started with that early this year, see if I can get hold of a turkey skeleton, because that would be super cool. Really neat animal. Thank you for posting, Dr. Irrefutable. Lovely. A couple of pictures I took from my sister's kitchen window. Well, well, well. Got a paleo salute and a turkey emoji. There we go. Dinosaur Dave says, out on my walk and I find a Maggie, is that an Australian magpie? Upset at a frogmouth, just minding its own business. I tried to scare it off, but it didn't care. Oh, wow! Bird drama, bird drama.
Boy.
Wow.
5 meters up.
Look at how wide the frogmouth's mouth is. You can see why they're called frogmouths. I mean, look at that right there. And also, look at how it just blends into the tree. If you were to walk by and not see this thing move or blink or open its mouth, you would just think it's, you know, it's a broken off limb of a tree there. Just extraordinary. What a cool bird. Yeah. Here's a video from Animalogic.
In Australia's tree canopy lives the grumpiest, grouchiest, and surliest little assassin in the world. With giant exaggerated features, these cantankerous cranks can disappear into their surroundings, ready to strike when the moment suits them.
That's my finger, yeah.
This is the grumpy cat of birds, the tawny frogmouth.
Lovely art. What a cool critter. You've got such cool birds in Australia. You really do.
You're watching Animalogic.
Frogmouths are a family of nocturnal predatory birds related to nightjars. There are
They do kind of look Muppet-like, don't they, Gojira?
13 individual species, and they're found throughout the Indo-Pacific region. And I got to meet one of the 2 Australian species, the tawny frogmouth.
I think I'm getting some side-eye from this tawny frogmouth. I'm definitely getting side-eye.
And Deathsaurus is with Danielle at last year's SCP. She was, yeah. I didn't really get to talk to her for very long, but she was there. I saw her walking around.
You right? Yeah, little patty with this.
So this friend here is a tawny frogmouth. And despite how much he might look like an owl, it's not even related. It's actually part of the nightjar family.
And we'll take a look at that right here. We'll jump to frogmouths. I'm sorry, what? The species of group you asked for is not on the one zoom tree. That's not true. Oh, I see the error here. So they accidentally put a 1 at the end. There's basically a typo in it. Let's jump to the tawny frogmouth, and that'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Tawny frogmouth. Papuan frogmouth is right here. I think they also might occur in Australia. Marbled frogmouth. Solomon Islands frogmouth. Frogmouth's right there. And they are related to... There we go. To the nightjars, right? Where's our nightjars? There we go. Yeah. So I think our... Yeah, nighthawks are part of this group. One of my favorite birds out on the prairie. They are so cool. I love them so much. Anywho, yeah. Frogmouth.
You know, this is definitely a case of convergent evolution. So they end up looking similar, but stem from completely different lineages.
Despite
How they get the
looking
name
like
Nightjar?
an owl
I don't
that's
know.
gone through Mario Party's facelift, they couldn't be more.
Dinosaurs are just cool. Let's check them out.
Suave Spacenoid.
The 5 raiders are here to check him out too.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Suave Spacenoid. I hope you had an excellent stream. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Signor Shea, Banana Button, and Suave Spacenoid. Hello to all of you. Looks like you're doing some co-working and studying. Hope you had a great time doing it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're in the midst of Thursday Birds Day right now. And, Dinosaur Dave shared with us this video of an Australian magpie harassing a tawny frogmouth. It's so well camouflaged there you can barely see it until it opens its mouth.
Hello, I can just break them up. And they're about 5 meters up.
You have such cool birds in Australia. You really do. Thank you for posting, Dinosaur Dave. And so we're talking about these critters.
But stem from completely different lineages.
So it's not related to owls at
Looking
all.
like an owl that's gone through Mario Party's facelift, they couldn't be more different. Unlike owls, which have powerful talons for grasping and tearing at prey, tawny frogmouths have gone another route.
See, his head is about half the size of his body, and the reason for that is because they have gigantic mouths. His
Look at
beak
that.
is actually fairly short, but it's really wide. So when he opens his beak, he's got a gigantic cavernous mouth in there.
And it's like
He uses
banana
that
yellow on the
rather
inside.
than using its claws. So the little claws on their feet are not meant
What
for
are
hunting.
dinosaurs?
Thank you, Signor Che, for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing.
So the little claws on their feet are not meant for hunting. The way that they hunt is all with the face. This big wide beak with a hook on the end is what they use to scoop up and hold tight. Ooh.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Banana Button, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Suave Spacenoid, I appreciate the raid, and 2 of your raiding party just followed. That's a 40% rate there. That's really good. I appreciate you, Suave. Oh, make that. Holy cow. 3 out of 5. That's 60%. Medium O Fry. Medium Fry, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here.
hold tight to their prey,
60%.
using their large mouth rather than their talons.
You've got some good viewers there, Suave
Unlike
Space Nine. I
owls,
appreciate
which
you.
generally are smash and grab ambush predators, tawny frogmouths let their prey, primarily insects and small mammals, come to them.
They prefer delivery over takeout.
These birds are mimics. The inside of their mouths are bright yellow, but it's not just a sense of style, it's a lure.
Oh.
See that bright yellow in the beak? Well, that combined with these whisker-like feathers all around its face is supposed to emulate what looks like a flower. Now, what likes flowers? Insects.
So bugs will just fly straight into its mouth. And to certain doom. That's devious. That is devious. Ms. Frogmouth, holy cow.
But they're not simply aggressive mimics.
Huh.
They also use mimicry to blend in.
They have a lot of great control over the feathers on their body and on their head. So if they want to try and blend in, they can flatten themselves out and become extremely sleek. You can see he almost looks like a branch that's extending off of this main branch. So they'll try and blend in with the trees that they're sitting on to become even more camouflaged while waiting for prey to come to them. Even their coloring, you can see, it's called cryptic coloring or cryptic camouflage, and
Yep.
that's something that kind of mimics the environment that they live in, and it allows them to be even less perceptible to both predators and prey.
Very, very cool. Awesome. Here's a link to this video right here. I'll let you watch the rest of it. But it, you can see how well camouflaged it is right here. Being harassed by this Australian magpie. That is good stuff. What a cool video. What a cool video. And we got a link from Murph here. Yeah, there's a baby right there. They look kind of ridiculous when they're young. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Frog. Mouth. And, tree. Stick? No. Wood? There we go. Excellent stuff. More videos. Holy cow. Man, that magpie is not happy with that frogmouth. My goodness. Let's see if we can spot the frogmouth here. Might be tricky. Oh, there's the magpie. Huh. And we've got a laughing kookaburra too, it looks like. The world's largest kingfisher. Where are you? You try and open these images in the browser and suddenly it just becomes difficult to, like, navigate. There we go. What a gorgeous bird. You've got such cool birds down in Australia. You really do, Dinosaur Dave. Holy moly. Yeah. Really cool. Really, really cool. for the Laughing Kookaburra. Paleo lol. Good stuff. And Valiant Cheese says, what a grumble bum. Is that Australian slang? Is that like a grouch? Like a grouchy person? A grumble bum? If so, it's one of those rare Australian phrases where I instantly know what it is, just not just because of context, but because of how it sounds. Anywho, spotted a couple of sky goblin shriek fiends this morning. Sulfur-crested cockatoo. Very cool. Lovely. Very cool. Very, very cool. White heart. And yellow heart for the sulfur crest. Very cool, cheese. Very, very cool. Linneaus' Australian slang is fun to say. It's some of the best slang. It really is. Did I make it in time for Danny's Aussie accent? Arnar. Casey Snowart. No, sorry. I might cool it with that for now. But this should be a notification. What is this right here?
How you going, Beeper? Can I wash your pond out? We're going to do a little bit of spring cleaning here. The reality of operating a wildlife park is that most of our time is spent cleaning.
Stomp is our cassowary. She is very glamorous, but she's headstrong. Steve and I work as a team. While I try to distract Stomp with food, Steve attempts to survive cleaning her enclosure.
Cassowaries are beautiful creatures and endangered.
Danger. Danger, danger, danger.
They live in a small pocket of rainforest in North Queensland, and that casque or helmet on their head is designed to penetrate through the thickest of rainforest.
My biggest worry are those dagger-like toenails on Stomp's feet. Watch it. If she can corner Steve, she'll bring that foot up and rip him open from head to toe. Come on, Stompy. Come on. Over here.
Oh, boy.
Almost got you.
Gee, you're naughty, Stompy. You're a very naughty bird. Very naughty. Gee, I'd sooner get in with a crocodile, to tell you the truth. These big birds.
That is pretty good. I like that a lot. Deserves a cassowary for sure. Thanks, Dinosaur Dave. I would like to do some more alerts soon. That I might grab some from that. In fact, let me download it here. So I've got it. And let me make sure I take that out of my downloads folder and I'll put it where I'll find it in my desktop. There we go. Good stuff. Charcone has got for us male northern cardinal right there in the snow. I always think of these as being like snowbirds, which is funny. Everyone who lives with cardinals has got to get a pic of them in the snow. Yeah, they really stand out in the snow. Much more so than the females do. Yeah. Good stuff, Charcone. Good stuff. Where do cardinals fall out? Are they near, like, grosbeaks? Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Northern cardinal. There we go. Vermilion cardinal. Wow. And there we go. They are a kind of grosbeak, aren't they? Ding, 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 ding. It's that thick bill. Really reminds me of a grosbeak. I'm learning, chat. I'm learning. I'm learning my modern dinosaurs. Good stuff. Thank you for posting, Charcone. And what is this from Scoobs? Water Look at all those chickens. Parrots. There's some kind of parrot, it looks like, by the way they're walking. These ones are just goofing around on the ground, rolling over. They're so funny. Oh, they're galahs. Oh, okay, okay. Simple zest for life. Yeah, salamander. Oh, yeah. And one of the missing legs, says Scoobs? Oh, really? Huh. The idea that one with a missing leg can survive kind of implies that they're, to a certain extent, looking out for each other. Living in a social group, cooperating. These are highly social animals, very intelligent. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Scoobs. There. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Mayor of Space has got a third pretty pigeon at the Detroit Zoo Aviary. All the way from, fancy Detroit. Definitely a different species from the other two. Ooh. Who is that? Look at that lovely dove. Who could that be? I don't know my dove species well enough to be able to tell you. Beautiful, though. Huh. Very nice, Mayor Space. Super cool stuff. How many species of doves do we have nowadays? Doves, the columbiformes. How many of them are around still? There are a lot of species of dove that are recently extinct, like the dodo is part of this group, is it not? Columbiformes. 308 species. 308! That's a lot of dove species around nowadays. Prolific, yeah, they are speciose. They're pretty strong flyers, doves. So I think they're able to migrate, especially to islands, pretty easily. And I think as kind of generalist platform feeders, they'll kind of eat whatever's around. So I could see them being really good at speciating, especially in island environments. Ungoy says Nicobar. I don't think that was a Nicobar pigeon. But let's look. Nicobar pigeon right there. Got that lovely green on the wing. And I don't think that's what's going on here. Black eye, orange bill. Striking white plumage just above the eye and on the forehead. I don't see that on the Nicobar pigeon. So it's not a Nicobar pigeon. But these are the closest living relative to the dodo and the Rodriguez solitaire, who are both now extinct. Where I said a lot of dove species are extinct. There's so many from isolated islands, and so many of those went extinct after the arrival of people on those islands. People bringing rats and pigs and dogs and weasels and other, invasive species like that. So anyway, yeah. I'm an emerald dove. Could that be it? Emerald dove, says Claire Burr. And yeah, I could see that. Not the best picture there, but... that looks pretty close. Tuve Mayor of Spaces dove right there. Yeah, I think that's it. Good stuff. Is there an emerald emoji? No, but, do a green heart. Excellent. Yeah. Good call, Claire. Good call. Huh. And Mommy Does has got some very literary birds here. Look at them, taking advantage of the written word. As they do. I'd know these birds anywhere. These are house sparrows, also known as English sparrows. They're invasive here in North America. Scientific name, Passer domesticus. Really cool. There's, these are important birds because they're so common. But also, they help define what a dinosaur is. I'll tell you in a minute why that's the case. Here they over here. In the passeriform birds, there's a house sparrow. Passer domesticus. Now, if you go over to good old Wikipedia, type in dinosaur, the way that we define what a dinosaur is, definition, you can use a few different, like, kind of frameworks for defining what dinosaurs are. You could define Dinosauria as the last common ancestor of Triceratops horridus, Passer domesticus, that's the house sparrow, and Diplodocus carnegii, and all of its descendants. Or, if you're not taking Baron et al.'s schema seriously, then it would just be the last common ancestor of Triceratops. Although it should actually be Triceratops prorsus instead of Triceratops horridus. This is Triceratops prorsus right here. But, anyway. Nobody's made this figure before. That's interesting. But anyway. This'll work. And Tipsy Emu. Well. Thank you for,
Let's protect our fossils.
There we go.
If they're removed, America loses them. Forever.
I really appreciate that, Tipsy Emu. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the community. Enjoy those emotes, including these ones right here for Thursday Birds Day. Are birds dinosaurs? Yes. Birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. So what is a dinosaur? If you're taking like a cladistic view of Dinosauria, if you're defining Dinosauria with a cladistic framework, like we were talking about cladistics earlier, Dinosauria, the dinosaurs, are the group that is Triceratops, plus the house sparrow, and their common ancestor. So you can trace the ancestry of the house sparrow and Triceratops back to the Triassic period, the origin of all the dinosaurs. See, you're kind of drawing a triangle. The house sparrow over here, Triceratops over here, and their common ancestor, and then all of the descendants of that common ancestor. Does that make sense? So the house sparrow and triceratops are on opposite sides of the dinosaur family tree. So them plus everything in between, that's what dinosaurs are. Does that make sense? So I know a lot of birders get, you know, they get upset with house sparrows, you know. They're everywhere. They're so common. They're almost vulgar how common they are, you know? But that commonness is kind of beautiful in a way. Especially if we can use them to kind of define what dinosaurs are. So, yeah, it's my day. House emoji. There we go. Good stuff, Mommy does. Good stuff. Thanks for giving me a chance to talk about this lovely critter. Yeah. And Tipsy Emu says, birds are reptiles, sounds almost as wacky as tomatoes are fruit. Birds aren't just reptiles, birds are also fish. It's true. Archosauria here from our house sparrow. We'll zoom out to where birds meet up with the other reptiles. Right here. Birds and crocodilians today form a group called Archosauria. So that house sparrow is more closely related to this Nile crocodile than the crocodile is to a lizard. Crocs are closer to birds like sparrows than they are to lizards. This tree doesn't have the non-bird dinosaurs on it. It doesn't have a lot of extinct species at all. But dinosaurs should be right here. In between the crocs and the birds. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. And dinosaurs are a kind of archosaur. Archosaurs are a kind of archelosaur, along with the turtles. Archelosaurs are a kind of sauropsid, aka reptile. Sauropsids are a kind of amniote, which is a kind of tetrapod. Tetrapods are part of Dipnotetrapodomorpha. So tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. And thus birds are a kind of lobe-finned fish. How cool is that? How cool is that? Yeah. And Murph says, where are the turtles? Oh, I can show you. So we'll get more specific up to Archelosauria. So lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, lungfishes and tetrapods, amniotes, sauropsids, archelosaurs. Archosaurs, our birds and crocs, are up here. But if you take a left here, you get to our friends, the turtles. Yeah. Turtles have been a big mystery for a long time. It's been difficult to figure out where exactly they belong on the Tree of Life. But recent molecular evidence, like DNA evidence, has suggested that they might be just outside of Archosauria. So just outside of birds and crocs and dinosaurs. So yeah. Does that make sense? Now a sweetie pie right here is a mammal, like us. Yeah. And what would it be called, Murph? Archelosauria is that clade that includes birds, turtles, and crocs. Archelosauria, right here. Yeah. Anyway, in order to get to cats like Sweetie Pie, cats are not a sauropsid. You've got to go to where the reptiles and the mammals split. So both reptiles and mammals are a kind of amniote. So you could take a right and get to the reptiles, or you can take a left and get to the mammals on this tree. There's no actual right or left in real life. It's just, that's how it's arranged on this tree, arbitrarily. But in order to get to cats, we can get there manually. If we go to Therian mammals, placental mammals, are they Boreoeutherians? Yeah, they're not Atlantogeronts. Boreoeutherians. There we go. Laurasiatheres. Whatever this clade is called. We're not going to go to the ungulates over here. Go this way. Go toward our carnivorans. There we go. These guys. Carnivorans. This is the group that includes dogs and cats, and bears and hyenas, and otters and other critters. So we could, there's another fork in the road right here. We could go toward our dog-like carnivorans, or toward our cat-like carnivorans. And Sweetie Pie, of course, is a cat-like carnivoran. The most cat-like of cat-like carnivorans. She's a cat. Go over here to the cats. Felidae. And then, let's see, where is our domestic cat? Felis domesticus is where? African golden cat, I feel like we're getting closer. Bobcats. Not big cats. Sweetie Pie's not a big cat. She's a house cat. There we go. Hiding right there. Domestic cat. With the probably billion cats that there are on our planet, this is the best photo they could get. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, are you licking yourself? What are you doing there? Oh, good stuff. Yeah. I bet someone donated to have their pet. It could be Murph, but you would think they'd... I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Could be. Or the creators, yeah. Could be. Could be. Sweetie Pie, do you want some treats? What? Oh, yeah, you do, huh? Alright. Okay. Okay, let's make that happen. Then we'll continue with our birds. Ooh, yeah. Nice. Cat pictures are notoriously difficult to come by, says Hogan, especially on the internet. There we go. Look at those. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I hope the phylogeny thing is making sense. It's important to talk about this because, again, it's like the most basic concept in all of biology, but at least in the US, it doesn't really get taught in schools very often, which is a long story. Anywho. Yeah. Lenina says, not every cat can be as photogenic as Sweetie Pie. This is very true. You got crumbs everywhere. Clean them up, sweetie. Get them. Yeah, there you go. Get those morsels. Oh. That's my mistake. Shoot. I flicked that off the desk rather than flicking it toward her, and now she jumped off the desk to follow it and left a bunch of other crumbs up there. My mistake. Anyhow. Back to Thursday Birds Day here. We've got some more birds to do, so let's get to them. Thank you again, Mommy Does, for house sparrows there. Beautiful. And Dr. Terrace has woke up to a water pipe disaster. But it seems the entirety of bird biodiversity in the area took advantage of this sudden ordeal from drinking to bathing. Think of the cool Thursday Birds Day, then later at the water cost. Oh boy. Let's take a look. What do we mean water? I don't see her here. Water disaster? We got lots of birds. Look at all of them hanging out. Good for them. Looks like we've got some doves. Could be mourning doves. Those almost looked like mockingbirds, the way they were flitting about. Those patches of white there. Not sure who that is. Could be a sparrow. Or a finch. Huh. I'm sorry you had a water pipe disaster. I was expecting to see like a burst hydrant, like a geyser. But this is so cool that you have so many birds. There's an idea that I read a long time ago when I was a kid. It's in some of my bird books that I would read. That birds are attracted to the sound of dripping water. And I don't know whether that's actually true or not, but we'll see if we can look it up. Yeah. Lots of cool birds that you have there, though. Holy cow, Dr. Terminator. And I hope the water disaster has since been resolved as inexpensively as possible. Birds attracted to dripping water. How to attract birds with water from Wild Birds Unlimited. This is my favorite store when I was a kid. I would beg my mom to go into here when I was like, 8 years old. Mom, can we go to Wild Birds Unlimited? I love that store so much. And she's like, I don't want to look at the birds. You spend so much time in there. But, oh man, yeah.
The best way to attract the greatest variety of birds to your backyard is by adding a water feature. And the simplest way to do that is to add a Wild Birds Unlimited heated bird bath to your yard. This bird bath can be used year-round, and if you have freezing weather, just plug it in to engage the heater unit so you have open water available during those freezing times. If you really want to make it a bird magnet at any time of the year, add the action and the sound of dripping water, and you can do that with the Wild Birds Unlimited.
We can't hear it. Turn the music down. We can't hear the drip.
You can see here the dripping action, and then the misting action here is really attractive to the hummingbirds to draw them in, get their feathers wet, and bathe that way. You can also add a water wiggler to a bath to really get the motion of ripples happening in the water, get that attention of the birds. So the best way to attract the greatest variety of birds, add some water and get it moving in your backyard.
There you go. Yeah. So that may be what had happened in your yard there, Dr. Tara. If there was a lot of water going everywhere and a lot of dripping, birds might zero in on that, super cool. Very cool, though. Very cool. And it's water on the ground, is it? I didn't actually see that. I don't know if it's super visible in this. But anyway, very cool, Dr. Tara. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to talk about that. And Zwerf says, main reason for linking this video here at long-tailed tits. And some more long-tailed tits. A wordless walk from Gasperszoon Park, Amsterdam, along the Gein to Abkud, Netherlands, 20th of December 2014. Oh, well. Let's see some of those lovely birds, the long-tailed tits. There was one right there. Very nice. What a cozy video. This is so neat. If anybody's looking for some relaxing midwinter stuff with authentic Dutch windmills. Oh man. Here's a link. Very cool. Good stuff. And let's look up long-tailed tit on here. Zoom out from cats over at mammals. Back to our birds. There you go. Long-tailed tits. Agathalidae. Agathalidae. Very cool. 10 species of them. Huh. Pretty neat. Thank you, though. Cacklin's Werf, I appreciate this. There's no windmill emoji? There's a wind, though. And tail. No? Got a paleo salute there. Oh, maybe a tulip? For the Netherlands? Yeah. There we are. Good stuff. Oh, and flag of the Netherlands there, too. Good stuff. And the camera isn't specialized for mic use. Yeah, no worries. No, that's just really cool. Thank you again for sharing all this. It's, again, that's the whole point of Thursday Birds Day, is to get people to go outside, pay attention to the natural world, and you're doing that. Makes me happy, you know? It can be such a nourishment to the soul to go outside and just go for a walk in nature. Just be out there, breathe some fresh air, walk under the trees, listen to the birds. Just take in your surroundings like this. So you are truly living by the spirit of Thursday Birds Day, and I salute you for it, Cacklin's Werf. Thank you for posting these. It's good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Alexander Morrison, this video on 2 subjects. A scant viewing of a white egret, and the main star is a tricolored heron waiting in the neighborhood lake of my friend's place. Music by Brian Egg. Well, well, well. Oh, and you've got... Hang on, Cacklin. Thank you for posting. What's this? There's our birds. Nice. From there until the 5:34 mark. Nice. More birds here. Seen some tracks there in the mud. Very nice. There we go. Presumably those are the long-tailed tits. Very cool. Really neat. Lovely. Thank you for posting. Here, let's check this out from Alexander Morrison here. Another YouTube video. Heron and Egret. Heron and Egret sounds like it could be the name of a children's book, or maybe a situational comedy show, I'd watch I'd watch at least an episode of a sitcom called Heron and Egret. They have a fun, goofy theme song that goes with it, you know? Yeah. Maybe this is the theme song for Heron and Egret. So that's presumably our tricolor heron right there? And our great egret. These are not distantly related animals. They're pretty close to each other. Good stuff. Yeah, here. Tricolor heron. Tricolored heron, rather. There we go. And then great egret. That's also probably within Ardeaday, I would imagine. Yeah. Great egret. 43 species, 56 species. Where's Ardeaday? There we go. Herons and egrets. 62 species of these guys. Again, pretty speciose. 62 species. Huh. It's funny, that one looks surprisingly like a hippopotamus. And this one looks a lot like some reeds. In Ms. Art Rules, look at this lovely Magellanic penguin. Magellanic penguins are medium-sized and grow to be 61 to 76 centimeters tall and weigh between 2.7 and 6.5 kilos. Very nice, Ms. Art Rules. This is good stuff. Here. Penguin. Ruler. Nice. And, oh, they don't have a bow tie. Tuxedo. There we go. Nice. Oh, and for yours there, Alexander Morrison. Let's see. A wading bird, a heron. Here. There's our egret and our tricolor heron. Tricolor heron, there we go. I don't know if that really makes sense, but there it is. Yeah. Very nice. And Thing, who is now chaotic time traveler, right? It says black-capped chickadee enjoying the buffet. The cats enjoying the show from the front window. Black-capped chickadees. These are such cool birds. I kind of fell in love with these guys when I...
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Suave Oreo, thank you.
I love being here. Thank you, wonderful people. Paliestigo 1, Paliestigo 2.
Thank you for the 3 months of support, Suave Oreo. I appreciate you. Thank you so, so much for those 3 months of support. Thank you, guys. Thanks for keeping me here online and thanks for being part of this community. Black-capped chickadees are so cool. They're like kind of one of your quintessential winter birds. The way that they can alter their metabolism in order to make it through really cold winter nights is really interesting. They're super neat. I love them. This one is just pigging out at the feeder. Yeah, you get that nourishment. Good for you. Lovely. What an elegant bird, too. There's just something about the silhouette of a chickadee. And the way that just kind of their livery there, I would say they're very well painted. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you there. Thing. Yeah. So black. Capped. Chickadee. Good stuff, thing. Thanks for posting. And Neverwinter. There's another cool bird from my trip to Central Park, New York City in May 2021. The rare, elusive, and beautiful cerulean warbler. Ceratophaga cerulea. This one was about 50 feet up in a tree near the statues of the three bears at 5th Avenue and 79th South. Cerulean warbler. Very, very cool. Holy moly. Where are these guys native to? Okay. Central America. Part of South America. And part of North America. And yeah, it looks like they just barely make it over there into Manhattan. Into New York City. Very cool. So this is kind of at the limits of their range. Probably not common. That is super cool there. Neverwinterful. Super cool. Thanks for posting. Cerulean. I want to say that means cerulean's a shade of blue? Yeah, okay. Blue or kind of a bluish teal? Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. And Bundle Lithor, yeah, Wingspan, great game, I've been told. I hear people talk about it a lot. Murph says, went too far away but found a bunch of snowy egrets following a tractor. Oh yeah, they'll do that. They are opportunistic. They'll just hang out in a dry field and they'll eat gophers and lizards and beetles and... I was going to say very small children. They'll eat whatever they can get their beaks around. But yeah, and they're clever. They are clever. There are certain kinds of heron that will actually use tools to catch their prey. Members of this family are Ardeaidae, like we talked about earlier. They've got like 60 species. Yeah. So here is a heron. I think this is a black-crowned night heron. They don't just come out at night. That's a piece of bread it just put into the water. And it's like, I'm going to hang on to the bread while these big fish swim by, because they're too big for me to catch. But I'm going to try and use this to catch a small fish. There we go. Oh, the fish is too big. Take the bread back. Oh, here's a small fish. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Did you see that? Birds using tools. Using bread to catch a fish. That's the 2 marshmallows approach. You know, just like that famous experiment with the kiddos. I could eat the bread, or I could use the bread to catch a fish. So, give a bird a fish, and he'll eat for a day. Give a bird some bread, he might catch some fish with it. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Murph, for posting. These guys are following that tractor because that tractor is moving along and probably stirring up a bunch of critters, maybe mostly insects. And these herons, or these egrets, are going to follow that tractor and just eat everybody who gets disturbed by that tractor and scurries away. Clever birds. Clever, clever birds. Good stuff. And Eki says, seen on the construction site of my house. My phone died, so it's the only picture I could get. Although the buzzards are local, this one isn't. He really stood out. I found out it was a working bird, a male Harris hawk. Well, well, well. Let's see. Britain's got talons. Okay. And there's our bird right there. There we go. Right here. In fact, uh-oh. Look at how blurry it is. I think we might have, Is it a bird? Is that Bigfoot? It is awful blurry, Claire Burr. Here, let's zoom in and not enhance. Actually, we can't zoom in any further. 500% is as much as it goes. Now, even a blurry bird photo is still a bird photo. Thank you for posting that, Eki. A Harris hawk. Here, let's take a look at this. Every day. Oh, Stella the Harris hawk. Okay. I'm glad you posted a video alongside this. This is lovely. Resident at the Hawking Center in Kent. He's a valued member of Rent 2 Kill's pest control team. Oh, hawks are so cool. Oh, the same handler. Oh, very cool, Eki. So she's being brought here to frighten away local birds. Nuisance birds, as they're called. That's a red-tailed hawk call. They don't sound like this. Or I presume they don't sound like that. I think a Harris hawk sounds different. Very, very cool. That is awesome. This bird's a celebrity. Thanks for posting that and posting the video there. Good stuff. Here. Yeah. Good stuff, Aki. Very, very cool. Thanks for posting. And Bush Doctor, Thursday morning. Yeah. This is Struthio camelus. The ostrich. Yeah, gotta love it. And Sloppy Salamander's got some geese and some gulls. Yeah, they are, they're like, yep, this is our field here. This is our grassy knoll. Look at that, those gulls and those geese. They're like, just try and drive your motorcade through here. Just try it. Living on borrowed time. This place is ours. Good stuff, Sloppy Salamander. is a goose emoji. No gull, though. That's as close as we'll get. But yeah. Celeste says, well, these are taxidermy specimens. Saw these California quail on a recent hike in the miniature viewing room of local wildlife. Very cool, Celeste. I see them quite frequently out and about, but they're quite skittish and hard to snag a decent photo of. I've tried so many times to get a good photo of quail, and I've never been able to do it. They are very skittish. They are camera shy. They do not want you to stick around. Yeah. Super cool. This is the state bird in the state where I live. And I've seen these birds pretty frequently here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Good birds, California quail. I respect them. Anyhow, good stuff, Celeste. Good stuff. And migrating through Dunlands, I think, says Neilf. Oh boy, you've got me stumped. I am not good with my leggy, long snouty wading birds. Dunlands, Wimbrels, even plovers I get mixed up sometimes. There's also, there's so many different kinds of brown shorebird.
Was put into place and the skeleton was complete. These men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Called Dark Tarkanus. Thank you for the 46 months. Dark Tarkanus, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. 46 months is a long time. Yes, indeed, Swavorio. Dark Tarkanus, thank you, thank you. These Dunlands. So these birds, like, they'll change their plumage season to season too, and like under different lighting conditions. They're really tricky to identify. A lot of these Dunlands have got kind of dark colored bellies, but then some of them don't. So I don't know. I don't know. There's also Wimbrels. No, they've got more of a curved beak, like a curlew. I don't think you guys have got that. I don't think they do. Not really. Or could be a Dunlands, Wimbrels. Oh, what's another one? Shoot. Dark belly is breeding plumage. Oh, okay, interesting. Anyway, yeah. Probably is a Dunland. I don't know. But very cool, Nilf. I would presume that breeding season would be like springtime for these guys. So, yeah. But, good stuff. Thanks for posting. I love seabirds. They're neat. We get a lot of them here in the Bay Area. And Swavorio, our last one of the, almost last one of the day. Swavorio says that bird that my partner's mother woke up to in their bathroom. When it got in, it must have been there all night. Google says Carolina wren. That does certainly look like a wren. I really hope that bird, if it was in there all night, I hope it was able to get some food shortly thereafter, because, yeah, Birds got a really high metabolism, so they gotta eat all the time. But, thank you for rescuing this bird. Great photo and good net. I'm glad that, whoever captured this bird, if it was you or if it was somebody else, I'm glad that they had a proper net to catch it with. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Huh. There's a lot of mud around because of the snow, so I hope so too. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, salute to whoever captured and relocated this bird outside of the bathroom. I hope this bird's out there living its best life right now. Catching bugs and doing its bird thing. Inactive shipyard. What is this right here from Doodles? Oh. Is that an osprey right there? I don't think it's a peregrine. I often see peregrines on structures like this. But that looks more osprey-like to me. Huh. Might be a juvenile, too. It's acting kind of plaintive and juvenile there. I'm not sure who that is. Huh. Gojira says that's an osprey. And I feel eagle to me, says Claire Burr. I think osprey might be a kind of eagle. We'll look them up on the Tree of Life. Let's see here. Go. I think their own group next to the eagles, though in Dutch we do call them fish eagles. Yeah, they're sometimes called sea eagles here in the States. But osprey, Pandion heliatus. Interesting, because the bald eagle, its genus name is Heliatus. Heliatus leucocephalus. Heliatus whitehead. But osprey are... Yeah, they're a basal offshoot before you get to kites, eagles, and more. Like our bald eagle, who is, like I said, Heliatus leucocephalus. Yeah. But, whoop. There's our osprey. So yeah, they're their own group. They diverged pretty early. 49.6 million years ago. That's nuts. So they diverged like during what, like the Eocene? Crazy. Yeah, a proto-eagle. There you go, Gojira. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty neat. And yeah, their next closest relative outside of this clade is the secretary bird. So it goes to show, like, all of the in-betweens here, in between osprey and secretary birds, they're all extinct. Interesting. Interesting. Life is so cool, Claire Burr. I agree. Yeah. And very cool, Cackle Observer. Okay, neat. Neat. Anyway, I just learned something. Pretty cool. And that's our last one. Thank you so much, everybody, for another excellent Thursday Birds Day. I had a lot of fun with this, and I hope you did too. Holy moly. With that said, we're going to wrap up today's stream. So let's do it. Here's an early bird to get the worm and to run our credits over. Archaeopteryx right there. We'll see who else is live on Twitch right now. When we might raid into. Come on, credits, you could do it. It needs to be refreshed. Okay. Come on now. Test roll credits. I might have to look for a different... There we go, finally. For a different credits widget or something like that. Good stuff. And Nerduino is live right now. Well, well, well.
Because YouTube has increased it.
Let's go say hello to Nerduino. And oh yeah, credits aren't working right now. Sorry to everybody who should be here in the credits. Let's refresh that one more time and see if it'll finally work for us. But yeah, Nerduino is a former NASA scientist and a current science communicator here on Twitch. I think you'll really like his stuff if you've never seen it before. He's a cool guy to talk to. Got a lot of respect for Nerduino. And I am proud to be able to share this platform with him. Finally, there's our credits. Thank you to the new followers, the raiders, the subscribers and resubscribers, the cheerers and gifters and question askers and lurkers and those moderators. Working hard to keep this community safe and welcoming for everybody. Appreciate you lots. Appreciate all of you. Tomorrow on stream, we're going to be interviewing my old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, about Troodon, one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs. So if you want to hear more about Troodon, make sure you don't miss this. Special bonus Friday stream tomorrow, since we missed Monday's stream. We're interviewing Dave Verricchio. It's going to be a ton of fun. So for all those Troodon enthusiasts, don't miss tomorrow's special Friday stream. All right, take care, everybody. Let's go check out Nerduino. I'll see you there.
Troodon.